against unlawful searches and seizures.
Actually, the Fourth Amendment actually protects all of us against unreasonable search and seizure.
But
that's what it says.
The measure is probable cause, I believe.
The amendment says unreasonable search and seizure.
But does it not say probable?
No.
The court standard, the legal standard,
search and seizure.
the legal standard is probable cause. General, you used the terms just a few minutes ago. We reasonably believe, and a FISA court, my understanding is, would not give you a warrant if you went before them and say, we reasonably believe. You have to go to the FISA court, or the Attorney General has to go to the FISA court and say, we have probable cause. And so what many people believe, and I'd like you to respond to this, is that what you've actually done is crafted a detour around the FISA court by creating a new standard of reasonably believe in place of probable cause, because the FISA court will not give you a warrant based on reasonable belief. You have to show a probable cause. Could you respond to that, please?
Sure. I didn't craft the authorization. I am responding to a lawful order. All right? The Attorney General has averred to the lawfulness of the order.
I will now read the Fourth Amendment in its entirety. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall be issued but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Notice the Fourth Amendment clearly states no warrant shall be issued but upon probable cause, and that must be supported by an oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. That is the definition of reasonable. Reasonable is having a witness and having probable cause, and specifically knowing what has been done that is wrong and against the law that you're searching for. Not just, oh, we say we're being reasonable. The National Security Agency director clearly knew what he was doing. He knows that 99% of Americans have no idea what the Fourth Amendment actually says. So he claims that it's okay for them to spy on us without a warrant, counting on us being ignorant. That ignorance needs to end. Or maybe he's looking at a Fourth Amendment that the rest of us haven't seen. Several years into the occupation of Iraq, President Bush told the world that they had freedom of the press. Now it's been revealed that if you write one story critical of the occupational government, you are instantly arrested and sentenced on average to 30 years in prison. In some cases, reporters are simply executed or tortured. Then it came out that the Pentagon was covertly controlling almost every major newspaper in Iraq, and that PR firms were writing most of the stories in the United States. But it's not just going on in Iraq. Billions and billions of dollars a year are spent paying off reporters, planting fake news stories, and producing fake newscasts. The military calls this InfoWars, seizing the mind of the enemy, and they are treating the American people like an enemy. When you learn that the Pentagon, the CIA, and the White House are openly engaging in military-style propaganda against the American people, then you begin to realize why large portions of the American population simply don't have their facts straight. We asked David Shaler about MI5 and MI6 connections to Al-Qaeda.
I learned of an operation in which MI6, the British External Intelligence Service, had funded Al-Qaeda to carry out an operation to try and assassinate Colonel Gaddafi of Libya. Once I'd become briefed on a plot in which MI6 was funding our terrorist enemies without government permission, I no longer wanted to be part of that setup.
We also spoke with former MI5 agent Annie Machon, herself a whistleblower, exposing MI5 and MI6 wrongdoing.
I went public in conjunction with my partner because we'd seen so many dreadful things going on, and we believe that the British public deserves better protection.
My own not as much government but intelligence services were carrying out operations in which innocent Libyans died.
David was briefed officially by MI6 officers on their attempt to assassinate Colonel Gaddafi by funding Al-Qaeda in Libya.
So I felt the need to say something about that. It took a long time to have the courage to be able to do that with the newspapers in this country, but eventually I decided that was the only way forward.
We had to leave our friends and family, we had to leave our jobs, our home, everything in London with 3 days' notice because the newspaper suddenly decided to kick into action.
I lived in exile for 3 years. In fact, when I actually tried to use a legal route to alert the British government about MI6 funding Al-Qaeda, I was the one thrown in prison.
We then tried to negotiate with the government. We tried to say, please take our evidence about the crimes we've seen. The government refused then, and to this day, 8 years on, they are still refusing to take David's evidence and my evidence about crimes committed by our intelligence agencies.
We have sources have told the press, sources in America from the State Department and the CIA have confirmed that payments were made to a group in Libya that was associated with Osama bin Laden. A document actually appeared on the internet which predates the attack and describes exactly the modus operandi, the way of carrying out the attack, the timing of the attack, the people involved, the Islamic extremists and so on, that I described when I went on the record. As a result of the attacks on 7/7, the British people seem much more complacent and will allow the state to infringe their liberties in a way that they wouldn't allow them to do otherwise.
While in London, I learned that Parliament had just passed a law that would ban any type of free speech within several miles around the British Parliament building.
Blair's approval ratings go up when there is an event. Bush's approval ratings go up when there is an event. What, quote, Muslim extremists in their right mind would carry out an operation that would empower the New World Order global empire whose epicenter is London and New York and D.C.? Why would anybody put up with this? My friends, never give up your liberty. Stand up against tyranny. Learn the truth and find out who has the motive. Find out who has the motive to scare you into submission, to intimidate you, to bully you, into accepting their wars of global war and empire and genocide.
At a time like this, I think people are prepared to give up a little bit of their liberty, aren't they? Just a bit. I mean, yeah, it's okay. I mean, if you've got nothing to hide, it's not really a problem, is it?
I think we should be just a bit firmer on what we've allowed here. I think we've been too democratic and we've been too soft.
What it's done to people who wish to demonstrate is increasingly worrying. A lot of demonstrations, both at Genoa, at the G8 at Gleneagles, many other places around the world. There is no wish of those who demonstrate, in my view, for violence. They disagree profoundly with what their governments are doing. I'm not saying whether they're right or wrong. I'm simply saying that they should have the right to do so without harassment, intimidation, or indeed being charged, attacked, and being seriously injured.
Because the only ones who are going to be allowed to have the big loudspeakers out in the public areas, just like in China, are going to be the state.
I must say one of the things that does concern me is Brian Hoare, who camped outside Parliament in the square, which actually faces the parliamentary buildings, faces the large iron gates where ministers come in and MPs go in and out. It may be ignored, he may be laughed at, he may be mocked, but at least he is able to do it, and some people may listen, and you may have more effect than we realise. Now, we call that, or at least we used to call that, free speech.
What about the Freedom Lady, the Statue of Liberty?
Well, I did hear a rumor that the Statue of Liberty has been brought in for questioning. She may be with Al-Qaeda.
You're probably right. 6 times they've taken me to court. Oh no, we took them to court this time, by the way. We took Mr. Charles Clarke, the Home Secretary, and Mr. Ian Blair, the Commissioner of Police. I was the complainant, they were the defendants, and it was found in my favour.
It is very much a concern that we've actually got an Act of Parliament which in one of its sections is clearly designed to prevent him or people like him putting across a message which they feel passionately about and which could be heard within the confines of Parliament. I find that very worrying.
I bullhorned Parliament 3 days before the law went into effect.
George Bush carried out 9/11. Do you think some people in a cave, were able to have NORAD stand down? Do you think that people in a cave were able to have all of this happen? It's a total and complete fraud. The New World Order is using terror to scare you into submission, and they will be defeated. And here in this supposed free country where they're trying to pass a law to stop this, they're here to talk to us.
I witnessed local activists bullhorning Parliament, and the local police didn't have a problem with that. But as soon as I got on the bullhorn and began talking about pertinent issues, they became very upset and enrolled me into some type of troublemaker database.
You've got to understand that government stand to gain from terror, to scare you into submission, to attack. Dick Cheney, in September of 2000, openly wrote a document called Rebuilding America's Defenses, and he said we need a Pearl Harbor event. The U.S. government wants to carry out terror attacks to blame it on their enemies. 9/11 was a self-inflicted wound. 9/11 was an inside job. It was orchestrated. It was engineered by the globalists.
A few weeks after returning to the United States, I then read in the newspapers in horror that I had indeed been enrolled in a terrorist database.
The identity cards, the compulsory identity cards that have been proposed for the first time in our history, around about 80% of the British people oppose the introduction of these cards. And it's not just cards, it's the databases that go behind that allows the state to access private information and so on. And yet as a result of 7/7, it seems that these things will be steamrolled through our Parliament. Wherever we look at the moment, there are assaults on civil liberties as a result, of course, of the so-called war on terror.
Similar guidelines have been implemented inside the United States. A Virginia anti-terror training manual lists property rights activists as potential terrorists. A Texas manual lists those wearing Levi's jeans, having cell phones, and who are, quote, friendly towards the police as potential terrorists. In Arizona, they list those that make frequent references to the U.S. Constitution as potential terrorists. All of these guidelines have been produced by the federal government and distributed at the state level. The federal government itself has told police to be on the lookout for drivers who have road almanacs or driver atlases. All across the planet, governments are restricting free speech and setting up so-called free speech zones to stop their populations from demonstrating. Months later, Paul and Steve Watson came to Texas and joined me live on my radio broadcast to discuss the aftermath of the London bombings. We are joined in studio by Steve Watson and Paul Watson. Guys, you've been in the United States now for about 7 days. How have you liked it?
It's been pretty good so far. Obviously, it's all Western culture, so it's pretty similar.
When we were in London, I mean, there were so many facets to it. But what was it like to have the police march up to you and tell you to turn your camera off when you were just on a public street interviewing people?
Well, I mean, the fear-mongering at the time, we were there right after the bombings, 3 weeks after the first bombings, I believe, but then there was the second failed attempt. So the state of panic was still quite high, even though Londoners basically were apathetic to the attack. They just got on with their lives. They weren't really buying the government propaganda on it.
We had case after case where we'd be out on the street doing interviews with people, and we'd be showing the video cameras, and there were people working right there at the Hard Rock Cafe, and I'm like, look at these cameras, they're everywhere, they're in plain view, and the manager comes out and goes, you know, thanks for showing me that, I've never noticed those. What's your name, sir?
Charlie.
I'm Alex, nice to meet you, Charlie.
How you doing?
Good. What do you think of the new symbol of the United Kingdom is going to switch from the Union Jack to the black surveillance camera?
Well, you know, there's plenty going on in London, so they need the surveillance cameras everywhere.
But I mean, it's going to be the new national symbol, or of course I'm being sarcastic, but really it has become the national symbol. 4+ million surveillance cameras in the great city of London alone.
I'm just saying about it. You know, I don't even see them then.
You don't see them? They don't exist?
Nah. 4 million in the city. That's the first time I've even noticed they're there, and I've been working here a year.
Out of sight, out of mind, huh?
That's it.
That's kind of Orwellian, though. You seem like a smart guy, but did you know only the smartest people in the inner party know how to engage in doublethink and doublespeak, where you don't even notice the cameras that are there? In fact, if you say they're not there, they're not there. Here, together, let's say they don't exist.
All right, they don't exist.
2 + 2 = 5. Hey. Hey, you could get an inner party membership.
All right, I'm into it.
I mean, that was actual doublethink. Steve, Paul, you want to comment on that?
Well, let me read a quote from Orwell from 1984. Doublethink is an unending series of victories over your own memory, reality control. To know and not to know, to be conscious of complete truthfulness while telling carefully constructed lies, to hold simultaneously two opinions which cancelled out knowing them to be completely contradictory and believing in both of them, to use logic against logic to repudiate morality while laying claim to it. And this is exactly what we saw over and over again in London.
You've got a nest of, 6 or 7 cameras, and people are out there saying they've never noticed them. It's like, it's a survival mechanism to deny reality, but at the end of the day, it's not even a survival mechanism, it's quite dangerous. We were asking the attitudes of taxi drivers about the bombings. They were all quite ambiguous. They kind of believed the government line at that point.
Do you ever wonder who's really behind it?
Well, I've heard there's people who think that other governments are behind it. You know, British governments, American governments, people have said that.
Oh, really? You heard that some people think it's the government?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Really? How popular is that view?
Pretty unpopular, I would have thought.
It is straight out of George Orwell's 1984. This poor woman thinks that if you give up your liberty, you supposedly get freedom.
Yeah, well, we went to Stockwell Tube Station where they shot the Brazilian man. We basically noticed this woman who was working on the fruit stall. She'd been interviewed on the BBC. I'd seen her on there, so we went over to interview her. We were talking to her, and Alex asked her if she would sacrifice liberty for security. And she came back with, yes, I'll sacrifice liberty for freedom.
I think people should give up their liberty for freedom.
Liberty and freedom are the same thing. We then asked her again to clarify, just in case she made a mistake, and she said the same thing again. She was willing to give up liberty for freedom, which is really, it's direct doublethink, because the two things mean the same thing. We found the same mindset in Crawford, Texas, outside Bush's ranch, that we witnessed in England. Populations who are willfully ignorant, who revel in being lied to. Well, we're on our way out to Crawford, where President Bush is vacationing for 5 weeks. He spent about a fourth of his time in the administration out here at his Hollywood set. Though he admittedly is afraid of horses and cows and many other forms of wildlife, and of course he was born in Kennebunkport, Maine, and spent most of his life there, he likes to put on a cowboy hat and a big belt buckle and strut around. He meets with all these different world leaders and decides to, basically how to carve up the world. He meets with the Saudi leaders and holds hands with them. He meets with Ariel Sharon. He meets with leaders from all over the world, but he certainly doesn't meet with the mothers of dead soldiers.
They don't have any skin in the game, so it's easy for them to say, let's keep our troops over there, let's complete the mission, even though we don't even know what the mission is.
That's really a theme, that we got to get them before they get us. Do you think Iraq attacked us on 9/11?
Maybe not Iraq itself, but the belief in the cause that those people have did. Yeah, absolutely.
The 15 of the 19 hijackers came from Saudi Arabia. Bush is out at his ranch holding hands with the royal princes, but then we've got to go into Iraq. No, I mean, seriously, sir, it's a serious issue.
I know where you're going.
Where do you think we're coming from, though, sir? I mean, tell me.
A lot of you are trying to connect this, we're in bed with Saudi Arabia BS, and this is all a big farce to get Saudi oil and all that. That's not what it's about.
So our government isn't in bed with Saudi, okay. While in Crawford, we ran into Ray McGovern and spoke with him about Iraq. Ray McGovern is a retired, senior-level CIA analyst whose career spanned the administrations of John F. Kennedy to George H.W. Bush. His duties included chairing national intelligence estimates and preparing the president's daily brief.
I believe that they are still interested in permanent military bases there. I believe they are still interested in controlling the oil from that part of the world. And so it will be stay the course. It will be 6, 7, 8 U.S. troops killed every day or every week. And what's below the surface here was revealed to me by a very well-heeled gentleman who came up to me after a speech I made outside of Milwaukee in a very affluent suburb. He said, Mr. McGovern, get real. I mean, what's your problem? He said, you don't have any problem with, you don't deny that we need the oil, do you? And I said, no. He said, well, 6, 7, 8, 10 Marines a week for the oil. You have to admit that's a very, very cheap price for the oil. I said to him, how do I handle this? I said, well, the utilitarian argument is probably the best. I object to it, said I, because we can't do it. There are 1.3 billion Muslims in this world. They're not going to let us do it.
It's already widening.
The borders are porous. We can't do it. Well, that didn't convince him. He said, well, I think we can do it. I said, oh, well, suppose your son was one of those 6 killed in Iraq last week. And you know what? He looked at me like it had never occurred to him. And it wouldn't have occurred to him because it wouldn't be his son, It would be the sons from the farms. It would be the sons from the cities. And so he said, well, I don't buy that either. So I'm going, well, maybe I'll try a moral argument on it. I said, well, are you one of those that likes to have the 10 Commandments brought into the schoolhouses and the courtrooms of this? He said, oh, that's a great idea. I said, well, if memory serves, there's one that says, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's oil. I mean goods.
Don't bear false witness.
There's one, don't fear everyone. There's one that says you shouldn't steal. And there's also one against killing, if I remember correct. So maybe you want to subtract 4 and bring in the 6 commandments into the schoolhouses and the courtrooms of this world. Get real. I said, this is a moral issue. We shouldn't be going around killing unarmed civilians and causing more violence where violence is endemic.
And what did he say, sir?
He turned on his heel, marched out to his SUV, prayed for cheap gasoline, and drove home.
I'm with the oil. Let's educate them, bring them into democracy, and take their oil.
Apparently somebody took too much yellow acid and got the story wrong.
The majority of the construction, and the vast majority, I could say 90% of the construction that I saw wasn't with the Iraqis, it was with the American bases that they were building. Concrete structures, incredibly permanent, designed to house thousands of soldiers for a long period of time.
The American people are being kept in the dark about all this. If it weren't for shows like yours and for a few others and the internet, people would never have a chance to learn the truth of this. What Cindy Sheehan has done is brought a human dimension to this. They said, look, people are getting killed, including my son. A lot of Iraqis are getting killed. Why don't we face up to whether this war makes any sense at all? Do we really want to have our young people sacrificed for what?
We don't know. We don't know what's going on. To tell you the truth, my kids don't know the things that are involved in the decisions I make at my house. And that doesn't mean that they need to be involved in the decisions, because I know better than they know. It's because I'm more informed. And I'll give him that same benefit. We did elect him.
Where have we lost our freedom? All across where? They're using Homeland Security against topless bars. They're using Homeland Security against toy store owners. They're using Homeland Security against pot dealers, and that's wrong. They're using Homeland Security, quote, against gang members. It's admitted. Are you familiar that the Gulf of Tonkin never happened? LBJ tapes have not been released. We went to war.
Well, I just got to point out to Wolfowitz and Pearl and Feith and Abrams and Wormsers, people like that, who this has been their plan, and it's about, it's about imperialism. It's about abusing a nation's natural resources. It's about greed and power, and it's nothing about keeping America safe or freedom and democracy for the Iraqi people.
I believe that America, right from the start of the Bush administration, has been focused on the use of American military power in order to extend control by America of strategic areas in the world.
Now we have the Downing Street minutes, which show that as early as July 23, 2002, the head of British intelligence, just back from Washington, said to his prime minister, it's a done deal, the decision for war is inevitable, the war will be, quote, justified by the conjunction of terrorism and weapons of mass destruction, and intelligence and facts would be fixed around the policy of war. There's the proof that the intelligence all this justification in quotes for the war was a fraud from day one.
The Project for a New American Century, the think tank, with the report called Strengthening America's Defenses. This is frankly a demand for full spectrum dominance by the United States. I think the most chilling aspect of the Project for a New American Century document is this kind of transformation of our foreign policy, this kind of strengthening of America's defenses is a revolutionary change and is not going to happen at all quickly, absent a new catalyst of massive proportions, for example, a new Pearl Harbor.
In Crawford, Texas, we found individuals who believe that weapons of mass destruction were found in Iraq.
No weapons of mass destruction were found.
Are you kidding me? Do you buy that?
Yes.
Of course there were mass. Of course there were.
David,
there were. Yeah.
This guy would make a great citizen in George Orwell's fictitious 1984.
If we took them all away, does that still mean that if he had the capability, would he still? See, that's in the mind.
Well, she's got an ad on TV that said he lied, my son died. You know,
he hasn't lied to nobody.
What did George Bush lie about?
He said he was going to protect this country.
Weapons of mass destructions.
No matter what it took to keep the enemy out of our backyards. He never said there weren't going to be nobody killed. That's war.
I think they're saying that Bush lied about WMDs, not about troops were going to die.
But did he though? Those weapons were there.
The authoritarian powers of the state, which are available to government, is very dangerous. And I think we live in a state, we live in states, both the United States and the UK, where the powers to question, to call in evidence, to demand explanation, to hold to account those who are in control are gradually, systematically being weakened. This is very dangerous in a democracy.
Now, Dick Cheney and John Bolton and others have been saying Iran poses an immediate danger. They could get a nuclear weapon before we know it. All the same things they said about Iraq. And so we have to do something about that now.
You know, he said the same thing about Iraq, and like you said, he was caught red-handed. It's proven to be lies. Why should we believe him about Iran?
I'm pleased to tell you, American people, that the National Intelligence Estimate just put out on Iran says that Iran cannot possibly have a nuclear weapon for 10 more years. Let me say that one more time. Iran can't be a nuclear power, weapons-wise, for 10 more years.
We have to look at whether our governments are creating enemies so that they can justify what they do. Of course, two of the biggest funders of American presidential campaigns are the oil industry and the arms industry. And it's in their interests that we invade places like Iraq.
We're going to let the Israelis, or we're going to do it ourselves, attack the nuclear facilities in Iran. Now, people say, that's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I agree. The problem is, folks, the people running our policy toward Iraq and Iran were widely known in the 1980s when I was briefing the Vice President and others as the crazies, okay? The crazies. You come in on Monday morning and somebody would say, guess what the crazies did late Friday night? And you know exactly who the reference was. It was to Wolfowitz, it was to Pearl. So all the same folks, some of them who have deserted the sinking ship like proverbial rats, okay? But it was Feith, Wolfowitz, and the rest of them. They were the crazies.
There's a lot of other people that are have a dissenting opinion about this war, and then has another view of this war other than Cindy Sheehan, and other people have lost sons in this war and daughters. She needs to really go home and do this little protest some other way besides trying to make things sound like she's the only voice of America.
3 weeks later, this gentleman and many others got their wish. Free speech was banned for hundreds of square miles around Bush's Crawford Ranch. Now you can only protest on private property or designated free speech zones where no one can even see your protest.
Look, tourist stuff's popped up here now. Let freedom ring.
We decided to cap off our day in Crawford by traveling down the public highway to where the Secret Service had blocked off the public road 2 miles before the entrance to Bush's ranch. We were promptly told, as if America is now a third world police state, to get out of there, despite the fact that we were credentialed press.
You need to get back in your car and please do.
Really?
Yeah, you have to get off the road.
Oh, we're off the road. Okay. Or is it all right to stand over here?
Past your cars where you can stand.
Oh, but the barricades are here.
So let me get this straight. You believe that the U.S. government crashed those airplanes into the World Trade Center?
Yes, the evidence shows it.
You're full of Take a hike.
The whole point about 9/11 is that it gave a pretext for a preconceived plan. That plan is in the PNAC document, which precedes 9/11 by almost a year.
It became clear to us that the administration was using the corruption of intelligence to justify a war that need not happen.
In my opinion, when you look at the details of 9/11 and you read reports that there were planes that supposedly contained terrorists but did not take off that day, and that the Flight 93, for example, was supposed to be aimed at either Capitol Hill or the White House, you're in fact looking at a coup d'etat, that they wanted to destroy the infrastructure of American government.
There are a host of unanswered questions on all of this. The reason they're unanswered is because this president, this administration, will not answer the questions.
Why is it that perhaps the biggest question of all, why is it that after, on 9/11, 8:20 a.m., when it was undoubtedly, without any question, that one of those planes had been hijacked, between 8:20 and 9:38, when the Pentagon was hit, an hour and 20 minutes, no U.S. airplane was put into the air?
There were drills on the day of 9/11 in which the American Defense Forces were supposed to be dealing with mock hijackings. Obviously, those would have slowed down the response of national defense to the hijacked airliners. If American passenger jets go off course and they are tackled by American fighter jets, the default position is to shoot them down. And yet in this case, of course, none of that happened.
There was the Andrew Air Force Base 10 miles from Washington. It has a squadron of F-16 fighters. None of those was put into the air. This is absolutely almost incredible. The most powerful military technological country in the world, albeit under a terrifying attack, was not able to put planes into the air, which actually could probably have stopped at least the second and third hits.
And we've got to ask why George Bush sat there with a group of school children for 16 minutes after he'd been alerted to a plane going into the second tower.
The president's in Sarasota. He's told that the second plane has hit the World Trade Center. And the Secret Service guy immediately says, "We're out of here." The president stays for 30 minutes, folks, for 30 minutes. Now, how do you explain that? I've talked to all manner of Secret Service people. They say, "We're out of here" was exactly the right reaction. Everyone knew where the president was. If not the president, you might have had some concern for these little kids. Why did he stay for 30 minutes? Why was he countermanded?
The implication, of course, is he knew exactly what was going on, that he knew that he wasn't under attack.
I think all of this needs to be explained. It wasn't in the congressional report. There was no serious examination of this. And there is the amazing statement made in the official congressional report that the American authorities have not managed to trace the source of the funding. And then the most amazingly disingenuous statement, ultimately, is it of little consequence. It is of massive consequence. The head of Pakistani intelligence at the ISI, Lieutenant
Folks, I deeply apologize. My cat shut my computer completely off. I'll get this show back on here in a minute. I'd like to welcome Father Larry onto the stream. We're kind of in an intermission at the moment.
Well, I'm glad to be here.
I'll tell you, boy, it's been a rough night. Twice I've had my internet, or I guess it's been Restream, go down on us. And yeah. And then my cat decided to turn my system off. I guess he was tired of watching the movie. So
yeah, I don't know if you noticed, I had a sticker for that.
Yeah, I see that.
Yes, exactly. Talk about control.
I was like, really? I cannot believe that cat did that.
Delightful.
So let me see if I can get this pulled back up here. We'll try and get it back where it was.
All right.
Sounds good.
I do apologize to the entire audience for that.
Good to see you, Father Larry. I'm glad you're feeling better. You said it's been a tough haul this past week.
It really, I started getting neuropathy in my right foot. After about a day and a half, I went to the ER locally here in Colorado Springs, and they gave me a painkiller to last like a day and a half. And then by Sunday, my other foot started the whole thing just like the right foot was. And then so I finally went up to the VA and they did a few more tests and they said, well, it looks like neuropathy is setting in because I do have diabetes type 2.
Yeah, that's not that neuropathy is not a fun ride, Father Larry.
Oh my gosh. I mean, my preconceived notions was you lose feeling in your feet. No, it's quite the opposite. You end up with a lot of feeling and it's all pain.
Yes, it's like standing on an extension ladder barefooted. And that's when you wake up first thing in the morning. You haven't even gotten out of bed yet. You just wake up with your feet feeling like you've been doing that.
That'd be 89.
Well, I had 3 days that I didn't sleep, period. I just laid in bed and moaned from pain.
I can relate, unfortunately. But yeah, that's another reason why I say I wouldn't wish my past on anybody. I don't care how much I dislike them.
Right. So what do you all think so far on this movie?
Oh, I think it's wonderful. You know, this is something, it needs to be shown over and over and over until people get it.
Well, I'm loving the fact that they're calling out the military-industrial complex for what it is.
Exactly.
And bringing names and evidence. Because yeah, I mean, I can remember a time when I bought just about everything that came out, and then I started adding things up, and I'm like, wait, hold up, I've seen this before. Wait a minute, I've seen this multiple times. What the?
Yeah, right.
Well, and then putting names to it.
Right.
You know, that the Bushes were involved.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're not hearing that
I'm not even
on the mainstream media.
I'm not even going to start with the lineage of the corruption just with the Bush family and how it extends. Because I'll be here giving you names the rest of the night, or for a good minute anyway.
Right. Well, guys, if you're ready, I'll go ahead and fire this back up.
Yeah, let's do that.
Sure.
All right, here we go.
And may the digital gods smile upon us. Yes, that was sarcasm.
Maybe we'll make it through before 4 hours has passed on a 2-hour movie.
Right.
Here we go. Let's give her a whirl. Here we go, folks. Again, I apologize, and I'll make sure my cat don't get back up on my computer and decide to turn it off again.
promptly told, as if America is now a third world police state, to get out of there, despite the fact that we were credentialed press.
You need to get back in your car and please do.
Really?
Yeah, you need to get off.
Oh, we're off the road. Okay. Or is it all right to stand over here?
Past your cars where you can stand.
Oh, but the barricades are here.
So let me get this straight. You believe that the U.S. government crashed those airplanes into the World Trade Center?
Yes, the evidence shows it.
You're full of Take a hike.
The whole point about 9/11 is that it gave a pretext for a preconceived plan. That plan is in the PNAC document, which precedes 9/11 by almost a year.
It became clear to us that the administration was using the corruption of intelligence to justify a war that need not happen.
In my opinion, when you look at the details of 9/11 and you read reports that there were planes that supposedly contained terrorists but did not take off that day, and that the Flight 93, for example, was supposed to be aimed at either Capitol Hill or the White House, you're in fact looking at a coup d'etat, that they wanted to destroy the infrastructure of American government.
There are a host of unanswered questions on all of this. The reason they're unanswered is because this president, this administration, will not answer the questions.
Why is it that perhaps the biggest question of all, why is it that after, on 9/11, 8:20 a.m., when it was undoubtedly, without any question, that one of those planes had been hijacked, between 8:20 and 9:38, when the Pentagon was hit, an hour and 20 minutes, no US airplane was put into the air?
There were drills on the day of 9/11 in which the American Defense Forces were supposed to be dealing with mock hijackings. Obviously, those would have slowed down the response of national defense to the hijacked airliners. If American passenger jets go off course and they are tackled by American fighter jets, the default position is to shoot them down. And yet in this case, of course, none of that happened.
There was the Andrew Air Force Base 10 miles from Washington. It has a squadron of F-16 fighters. None of those was put into the air. This is absolutely almost incredible. The most powerful military technological country in the world, albeit under a terrifying attack, was not able to put planes into the air, which actually could probably have stopped at least the second and third hits.
And we've got to ask why George Bush sat there with a group of school children for 16 minutes after he'd been alerted to a plane going into the second tower.
The president's in Sarasota. He's told that the second plane has hit the World Trade Center. And the Secret Service guy immediately says, "We're out of here." The president stays for 30 minutes, folks, for 30 minutes. Now, how do you explain that? I've talked to all manner of Secret Service people. They say, "We're out of here" was exactly the right reaction. Everyone knew where the president was. If not the president, you might have had some concern for these little kids. Why did he stay for 30 minutes? Why was he countermanded?
The implication, of course, is he knew exactly what was going on, that he knew that he wasn't under attack.
I think all of this needs to be explained. It wasn't in the congressional report. There was no serious examination of this. And there is the amazing statement made in the official congressional report that the American authorities have not managed to trace the source of the funding. And then the most amazingly disingenuous statement, ultimately, is it of little consequence. It is of massive consequence. The head of Pakistani intelligence at the ISI, Lieutenant Mahmoud Ahmed, requested Omar Sheikh, who is a well-known Islamic extremist who is now actually in prison in Pakistan, to wire $100,000 to Mohammed Atta, who was the lead hijacker. It is absolutely astonishing that lead has never been followed up. As it happened, General Mahmoud was actually on a visit to the United States, both before and just after 9/11, and saw many leading government officials.
For people to dismiss these questioners as conspiratorial advocates or conspiratorial theorists, that's completely out of line, because the questions remain because the president, who should be able to answer them, will not.
We have plenty of evidence that the attack on Afghanistan was planned. because after the negotiations with the Taliban broke down in the United States, I think they went to Houston in Texas in about July, and there were later discussions at about this time in Berlin, where US officials made absolutely clear to the Taliban representatives in this famous phrase, either we will provide you with a carpet of gold, in other words, if you supply a pipeline across Afghanistan, you ensure the security of the country, you guard that pipeline, then we can do a deal with you, otherwise we will bury you in a carpet of bombs.
In the years since 9/11, scores of highly regarded individuals have gone public to express their serious doubts about 9/11. These include former presidential advisor and CIA analyst Ray McGovern, the father of Reaganomics and former Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Treasury, Dr. Paul Craig Roberts, BYU physics professor Stephen Jones, former German Defense Minister Andres von Bülow, former MI5 officer David Shayler, former Blair cabinet member Michael Meacher, former chief economist for the Department of Labor during President George W. Bush's first term, Dr. Morgan Reynolds, and many more. Out of the countless prominent personalities questioning the official 9/11 fable, Gore Vidal, award-winning author and historian, has raised some of the most important points.
You spoke about some of your questions concerning 9/11 and how your father had helped write some of the rules for Intercept. Can you speak to your questions concerning 9/11, please?
Well, there was a big story about in the India Times, which is a very good newspaper, and it was about 9/11. And we had just found out, the world had found out that Mohammed Atta, who was a Saudi Arabian guy, but seemingly working for Osama bin Laden, that he was in charge of the planes that crashed into the New York buildings. Well, the story is really more complicated. What struck me immediately, my father was director of air commerce under Franklin Roosevelt. My father, who was been one of the original Army Air Force flyers in World War I, he had put in a lot of sort of safety things. In the event of a hijacking of a passenger liner or any plane that they knew about, that fighter planes would be scrambled, that is, sent up into air immediately within minutes in order to force the plane down, to change course, shoot it down if you had to. And you don't need orders from the president, the vice president, or anybody else. That's the law. Well, they didn't go up after 9/11. Everybody knew what had happened, and the planes were still on their way to Washington to hit the Pentagon, when suddenly from Otis Air Base comes one fighter plane. Otis Air Base is in Massachusetts. Might just as well have been in Canada. That was the only fighter plane which, according to law, they all should have been up there, and not one went up. Well, that could only happen if somebody had told them to stand down, not to respond to what was, after all, their sworn duty. That's the Times of India broke the story, and then that well-known radical rag, the Wall Street Journal, also wrote about it. I thought by then places like the New York Times would have waked up, but the New York Times is incapable of waking up to anything important.
Months before 9/11, on June 1st, 2001, Dick Cheney ordered then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld to issue this order to NORAD and the Pentagon. The document revoked their standing orders to shoot down errant or hijacked aircraft and instructed them to stand down until they were given orders by the President, Vice President, or Secretary of Defense. Then on 9/11, NORAD and the Pentagon waited for over an hour while the attacks were taking place for the orders to defend America that never came. Here is Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta testifying before the 9/11 Commission about an aide coming in to the Vice President on the morning of 9/11 as what was reported as Flight 77 was approaching the Pentagon. From the exchange, it is clear that Dick Cheney was ordering an ongoing stand down.
I wanted to focus just a moment on the Presidential Emergency Operating Center. You were there for a good part of the day. I think you were there with the Vice President. And we had that order given, I think it was by the President, that authorized the shooting down of commercial aircraft that were suspected to be controlled by terrorists. Were you there when that order was given?
No, I was not. I was made aware of it during the time that the airplane coming in to the Pentagon. There was a young man who would come in and say to the Vice President, the plane is 50 miles out. The plane is 30 miles out. And when it got down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the Vice President, do the orders still stand? And the Vice President turned and whipped his neck around and said, of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary? Well, at the time I didn't know what all that meant. And
the flight you're referring to is the
flight that came into the Pentagon.
Vice President Dick Cheney had bound the hands of the military behind their backs, and he was refusing to cut them. On the 5th anniversary of the September 11th coup against America, thousands of citizens took to the streets of New York to expose the cover-up. The people are sick and tired of the real perpetrators of 9/11, grandstanding like heroes and using the tragedy as a pretext to turn America into an Orwellian police state.
Once everybody gets here, we're going to all get together. We're going to go over to Ground Zero. We're here to get the information out. We're here to talk to the media. We're here to make sure that the official story continues to collapse. We're here to expose the terrorists, the people that really carried out 9/11, the criminals inside the military-industrial complex.
The vast majority of New York firefighters and police that we spoke with, off the record, said they knew that 9/11 was an inside job.
Outside Gleiwitz. This is mainstream news, totally released, classified.
One of the establishment's favorite tactics to counter 9/11 truth is to claim that it hurts the feelings of the victims of 9/11 and their families to bring up alternative theories. Bill Doyle is the head of the Coalition of 9/11 Families, the largest 9/11 victims organization. He reported to us that the majority of the members of his group believe that 9/11 is an inside job and that they're sick and tired of the massive concerted effort to cover up the truth by the controlled corporate press and the government. This is a very important point because the controlled media continues to claim that victims and their families don't want questions raised about 9/11. Every single 9/11 group we've talked to wants the investigation reopened and believes that there is a cover-up at the bare minimum. Bill Christensen was formerly the head of the CIA's Department of Foreign Threat Assessment. He has said that all the evidence points towards a total inside job. Former CIA clandestine case officer Robert Steele has gone on record saying there's enough evidence to indict Dick Cheney for involvement in 9/11. In early June of 2006, we traveled to Chicago to meet with fellow 9/11 truth seekers and expose the official story as a fraud.
You cannot hide the truth. You will not hide the truth. It's coming out. Your crimes are coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, 9/11 is an inside job. It's a self-inflicted war. It's a government false flag. Terror operation. Research it. More people are waking up every single day. More people realize what the stakes are. They love their families, and they understand that the government is carrying out terrorist attacks as a pretext to re-engineer America into a police state. Why? To capture us to be their political slaves, to use us as an engine of global empire, to invade the planet.
While in Chicago, we had a chance to again speak with former MI5 agent Andy Michon.
I'm convinced that 9/11 was an inside job. And there are a number of compelling reasons why I think it was an inside job. Primarily, the collapse of the Twin Towers, which look to me to be controlled demolitions. Also, the collapse of Building 7 of the World Trade Center complex. Also the fact that the air defences were stood down that day, who benefited from the attacks, of course. So there were a lot of put options put on the airlines that suffered during those attacks. It's a whole range of different evidence that adds up to something very, very suspicious about 9/11. I feel passionately that we need to expose the government involvement in 9/11, because if we don't, they will keep doing this in future. There will be another attack in order to justify another unjustifiable war.
We also spoke with Dr. Morgan Reynolds.
No matter how much our inert public wants to avoid this, it's eating away. It's willful denial, willful ignorance. It's eating away at the underbelly of America. And we aren't going to solve our problems by ignoring 9/11. The biggest smoking gun then and now is WTC-7. How can anyone watch it without some kind of a psyop or verbiage accompanying it and not look at that and say, hey, that building was just demolished, just the way the Las Vegas Sands was, or the Seattle Stadium, etc. Just there's no way around that. Here we are in so-called broad daylight. It's 5:20 p.m. and we've got cameras on it. And what other explanation can there be for this very conventional-looking collapse when under 7 seconds? That just has crime, inside job written all over it. We need real convictions. We need arrests. We need prosecutions.
We also had a chance to speak to Professor Stephen Jones, who is a doctor of physics, concerning new bombshell evidence that conclusively proves that thermite was used to cut the main pillars in the World Trade Center towers.
There is this molten material flowing out of the South Tower just before its collapse. There's a large quantity of yellow hot metal. And then I read about these pools of molten metal underneath both towers and Building 7 after their collapses. Now that fits like a glove with the thermite reaction, which produces molten iron. You also see in these videos of this molten metal coming up, you see this white ash, this dust that comes off. Now that combination, yellow hot molten metal, white ash floating away, that's his signature characteristic for thermite. And then finally, we got some samples of this metal, the previously molten metal. Using advanced techniques like proton-induced X-ray emission and an electron microprobe, we found out what's in these samples. We're finding iron, also sulfur, potassium, and manganese. And these are characteristic of a variation of thermite, which is used to cut through steel very rapidly. It's called thermate. It's like, sure, you can take a knife, you take the butter out of the fridge, and you cut through that butter. Now, adding sulfur to thermite and also potassium permanganate, these chemicals, it's like heating up your knife to a very high temperature. Now it slices right through the butter. Even if the butter's cold, slices right through. Same way here, by adding sulfur and potassium permanganate to thermite, it'll now slice through structural steel very rapidly. But the end products then, you'll have sulfur, and potassium, manganese, and iron. And that's what we see. Thermite had to be planted in the buildings, which of course implies directly an inside job. Someone had to have access into the building.
You'd get down below and you'd see molten steel running down the channel rails. Like you're in a foundry. Like lava.
We spoke with former Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura to get his perspective on 9/11. Ventura has told the press that he is so concerned about the attack on the Bill of Rights in this country that he has now moved to Mexico and believes the country is sliding into full-bore fascism. I would just like to get your view, your take on 9/11, Gulf of Tonkin, JFK, all of it.
Well, I think the most interesting thing to talk about today is, if people aren't aware, that due to the Freedom of Information Act, in the early 60s, the Pentagon had an operation called Operation Northwoods, and it never came to reality, but it was on the table, that our military would attack certain cities within the United States and make it look like Cuba did it to justify an invasion of Cuba. It never happened, but just the simple fact that they contemplated it and it was actually on the table in the Pentagon, I find that just very disturbing, that they would, even consider using our military to try to justify an invasion of another country.
You did speak on Jay Leno, according to my recollection, about how Gulf of Tonkin was staged, how you were lied to, we were lied to, you lost a lot of friends. What was it like to learn that they had staged an event that didn't really happen to bring us into full-scale war in '64? What was it like when you realized that and you learned that?
Well, it was very disappointing to believe in your country that they would lie to you to get into a war, that they would perpetrate a lie and that the media would go along with it. It's a real eye-opener, and you realize that if they would do it in the 60s, they'll do it again. If it works once, it'll work again. Government very much operates that way, and I really learned about it when McNamara did his tour with the film, and he came to Harvard when I was teaching there, and they pretty much had to lock me up in a room so that I wouldn't confront him. And
what would you say to him if you were in a room with him?
I would ask him why we were lied to and what the purpose was for it. The one thing I do question on 9/11 is the fact that if anyone's familiar with the Payne Stewart, the golfer, and when he died, he was flying in a private plane, and they lost contact with that private plane out of Florida, and within 30 minutes they had a fighter jet up on the wing. And that fighter stayed with it all the way till it crashed, making sure that it didn't harm anyone. And the thing I questioned on 9/11 was simply the fact, where were our planes? When all of this was going on and planes were being hijacked an hour apart, and there were 4 of them that cover about a 6-hour space, at no time, to my knowledge, did we have any fighter planes up in the air. Why?
Well, the default position is to send up fighters.
Right. Why weren't they? in light of the fact that there was a cover-up that got us into the Vietnam War, and there was, in my opinion, a cover-up of John Kennedy's assassination, I would just say that I don't believe it's beyond reason to not at least consider that the government certainly would do things like that.
Then in mid-March of 2006, actor Charlie Sheen went public on my syndicated radio show and simply called for a new independent investigation and questioned the official story. Sheen knew that the establishment lapdogs would attack his personal past, whether real or manufactured, instead of challenging him on the facts. So Charles Sheen preemptively challenged them to challenge him on the facts, something they steadfastly refused to do. Literally hundreds of vicious hit pieces were written in newspapers worldwide. Every old rumor was dredged up and thrown at Sheen, and a fresh raft of allegations was launched at him. The only national television program that was fair in its presentation was Showbiz Tonight with A.J. Hammer on CNN.
On Showbiz Tonight, Charlie Sheen speaks out on a controversial theory that the government covered up what really happened on 9/11.
Taking over 4 commercial airliners and hitting 75% of their targets, that feels like a conspiracy theory.
Tonight, we dig even deeper. The host of the radio show on which Sheen leveled his startling allegations joins us live right here on Showbiz Tonight. The radio host who interviewed Sheen is Alex Jones of the Genesis Communications Network. Alex joins me live from Austin, Texas to talk about Sheen's riveting comments. Alex, as I mentioned, the response that we got from doing this story last night, absolutely shocking. So I want to know how it actually all came about. How did the interview with Charlie Sheen actually happen? Did you guys reach out to him? Did he call you? What was the deal?
Well, just to make something clear, Mr. Sheen has amazing courage to do what he's done, and he contacted me. He's been watching my documentaries for years. He's one of the most informed people that I've talked to in Hollywood on this subject. Listen, for years, Hollywood's been on fire with people knowing the truth about 9/11, and I was the first to expose 9/11 on the day. In fact, 2 months before, I had intel that elements of the military-industrial complex were going to carry out the attack. I said they'll use bin Laden, the known CIA asset, as their patsy to take the blame for attacking the towers. So Mr. Sheen is only exceptional in that he has courage in going public, courage that no one else in Hollywood had. I mean, here's a CNN poll from Anderson Cooper a year and a half ago where they said, is the government covering up 9/11? Could they be involved? 90% when the poll closed on CNN said this. So listen, I have my own syndicated show. I've done 4,000 radio interviews in the last 4.5 years. Almost no one calls in and disagrees now. We have the majority view, and we have the evidence. And bottom line, there are declassified U.S. government documents like Operation Northwoods that ABC News reported on back in 2000. Operation Northwoods, Google it, and in there the U.S. government, an element of it said we want to hijack jets by remote control, crash them, and blame it on the Soviet Union and Cuba. Now, that was decades ago. This is why we believe this. Right. Then you look at the official story, the firefighters, the police, hundreds of them saying there were bombs in the buildings. They were told to shut up. You look at Building 7, detonators are going off. You can see the explosions.
And Alex, a lot of this is what Charlie Sheen was covering. I'm actually just curious, did he reach out to you guys? Is he the one who put the call into you?
Sure,
is that how he wound up on your show?
Sure, he called me a few weeks ago and said that he loves this country. He has nothing to gain from this. I mean, in fact, it's dangerous for him to do. But he said, I love this country and my kids so much that I'm going to do this, Alex. And I said, God bless you, because now it may spur other Hollywood people who've got major pull, who know the truth, to start going public. Look, it's really simple. Let's understand this, okay? 9/11 was an inside job. It was a self-inflicted wound, and what Charlie Sheen is doing is just amazing, and he can only be commended for it, and all he's calling for is a real investigation. I go further at Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.com. We lay out how it happened, what took place, and it's not just Charlie Sheen I've interviewed. CNN has interviewed some of these people, the only network that I've seen doing it. You guys have interviewed. There have been physics professors that have gone public. There have been the heads of mining colleges that have gone public. George Bush Sr.'s top CIA advisor who briefed him and briefed Ronald Reagan, one of the highest level guys at the CIA, says our government is clearly involved in carrying out terror to blame it on foreign enemies. Did you know that on CIA.gov, they admit that they carried out terror attacks in 1953 to blame it on Mohammad Mossadegh in Iran as a pretext to overthrow Iran?
I'm all good stuff and all stuff that needs to be talked about. But the question is why? Why have so many of the major media outlets not talked about these alternative theories that exist behind 9/11? Why is that?
Mark Twain said that in the beginning a patriot is a scarce man, hated and feared and scorned, but in time when his cause succeeds, the timid join him, because then it costs nothing to be a patriot. A lot of people don't have the courage that you have, AJ. A lot of people don't have the courage of Charlie Sheen. They don't have the courage of the German defense minister Andres von Bülow,
What do you think?
2 years ago
What do you
went
think
public.
they're afraid of that's going to happen to them?
They're afraid of being beaten up by the hordes of neocon intimidators who try to go out there with their Gestapo Nazi tactics to try to bludgeon everybody with their blogs and radio shows to shut up. But they've lost power because people have learned that they're a bunch of liars. They lied about the WMDs. They've lied about everything, and now their credibility is totally...
I figure right now is a good time to pause and just ring in on a few things.
All right.
He asked why, and I think it's worth addressing as to why. How many people rah the Patriot Act? How many people were rah about the Department of Homeland Security? Oh, it's for the terrorists. It'll never be used against the American people. All the while, people were warning this can be turned against us, and nobody listened. Oh, is it all conspiracy? Well, gee, let's think about this. Who is being targeted now?
At this point, it would appear that it was written for this very reason.
That's exactly
we got a bad idea why we got a screen share up.
Oh, hang on a minute. There, how about that?
That should be better. Oh, much.
22 years ago, folks, they don't think in terms of 1 or 2 years. They are planning 25, 30 years, 50 years in advance on this. They're setting up their pieces. They know that things are not always going to go as they planned. But here we are, 22 years later. Who's being targeted? Who was right? Who was called the conspiracy theorist? Who was put down for 20 years? Oh, that guy's off of his rocker. He's nuts. He's stupid. Ha, ha, ha. Ain't he the butt of the joke? Now who's laughing?
Hey, I remember back in the 70s when the adults and the elders in the church and their associated friends were talking about, warning about the Mondialization of America, the internationalization of the U.S.-Canadian border. That they were talking about that back in the 70s. That's around the same time that the black helicopter thing popped up. Everybody's like, no, that ain't happening. There's footage out there available that proves that there have been military aircraft of a rotary wing type flying around, and they might have been a really dark olive, or it might have been silhouetted against the sky, but there were no visible markings. So,
the thing that really ticks me off about the whole situation, the thing that really, really eats at me is that the same people that they laughed at, like Alex Jones, for instance, we'll use him as the test case on this.
Right.
People made fun of him 20 years ago. Oh, he's full of shit. Oh, he's nuts. Oh, he's a crackpot. But almost everything that he predicted has came true to this point. However, you have people like me, people like you, Wing. I know you've been in this fight for a while. Father Larry, I don't want to speak for you. I don't know how long you've been in this fight. But for him and I know I've been in this at least 20 years. At least. Pushing the same stuff out here. And the funny part about it, and the thing that really burns my ass about it, is he's still telling you what the hell's coming next, and everybody's still laughing at him going, ha, 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 oh, he's nuts. He don't know what the hell he's talking about. But how much more evidence do you all need, folks? He's sitting there telling you what the hell's going to happen. Telling you, bottom line, what's going to happen. CBDCs are coming. Digital currencies are coming. Total control is coming.
Yep.
Private ownership is going away. He's telling you all this. I don't know whether anybody's paying attention. Financial news. What happened today? We just got downgraded to negative on credit. The United States did.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
Here's some food for thought. I'm 59 years old. By the time I was 10 years old, I was already, looking back on it now, by the time I was 10 years old, I was already buying into the indoctrination, because I didn't know any better, of the evangelical movement that we now see behind this movement today. By the time I was 11 or 12, not only was I focused on, or supposed to be focused on, schoolwork, it was also Bible stuff and a whole lot of studies about the book of Revelation and geopolitical environment. So yeah, I've been in this thing since I was like 12, preaching it since I was like 13. I'm 59 now. Yeah, that's no way for a teenager to live their life, just saying.
The hardest wake-up call for me, it was my first year driving the truck. It was 2000. And that's when I had actually stumbled across InfoWars. And actually, I found them through, of all things, Coast to Coast AM.
I believe it.
Because I always used to listen to Coast AM.
Right, good old Art Bell.
Well, I found Alex Jones, and most people do not realize it, but 2 months before September 11th happened, 2 months before, it wasn't a week, we're talking months before, Alex Jones publicly came out and said the FBI and people in the intelligence communities were going to hijack planes and crash them into the World Trade Centers. And everybody laughed. Then it happened. Then he called it out, and it was demonized.
Right.
And
well, you know, I just want to make a pointed point of observation. When it calls to calling things out that are going to happen in the future, Alex Jones has a hell of a lot better record than the modern quote unquote prophets. Just saying.
He does, for real. I have to agree with you. Now, I've got a shirt on today that kind of
sad. That's kind of
actually kind of plays into it. Second Amendment, America's first homeland security.
Amen to that.
What was formed during 2001?
I got that patch on my cut, on my leather vest. And
DHS was formed in 2001.
Yep.
And what have they done? Who's running our wide open borders right now?
Alejandro Mayorkas.
Who is he? What is he the head of?
He's the head of Department of Homeland Security.
Exactly.
And he's foreign born.
Exactly. Let that sink in, folks.
Born in Cuba and then brought to America by his parents when they fled. And raised in America.
Right. Let that sink in. These are the things going on in the world that nobody seems to want to call out. I noticed that within the first hour, we ran almost everybody off of Rumble. I don't know how many are on Rumble now, but we ran almost everybody off of Rumble. They don't want to hear about how bad George Bush is, and they damn sure don't want to hear about Lyndon Baines Johnson and ordering the attack of our own ship. They damn sure don't want to hear about Israel being behind that attack.
Right.
They damn sure don't want
that's
to hear
why I
about
said
it.
it was a conspiracy. It's just
Right.
not a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy fact.
Right. People don't want to hear the truth. They want to stick their head in the sand like a damn ostrich and then sit there and cry about why we're in the position that we're in rather than taking a stand and saying, you know what, enough is enough.
Right.
We've had enough of your games. We're not playing this anymore. And the bottom line is every time we go to war, add it up, every time we go to war, what has happened is a corporation will go into another country and they will either start manufacturing or start mining to get natural resources out of that country and import it into this country for a cheaper price at the end of the day. And then that country starts to get destabilized. They call up their buddies in the United States saying, oh, you got to come help us because this is hurting our business. And then we end up going to war, which is bullshit. I'm tired of fighting for corporations. I'm sick to death of it. And I'm tired of fighting the biggest corporation in the fucking world, which is the United States corporation.
I agree. Now,
Which, by the way, is bankrupt.
Right.
They're not bankrupt. They just keep printing money, Father Larry. You can't ever be bankrupt when you have a blank check and can just keep on churning out dollars.
Just
it's counterfeiting. You and I agree in that aspect. It's counterfeiting, but nobody's willing to call it out.
Right. Hey, I got a question for you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
What year did the Cold War officially end?
Officially end?
Yes.
Whatever year the Berlin Wall actually fell. What was that? 88?
Incorrect.
89?
Incorrect.
Huh?
Incorrect. What year did Desert Shield kick off?
90.
The Cold War officially ended in 91. September of 91. When Desert Storm went to Desert Shield. Or Desert Shield went to Desert Storm.
No, you had it right. It was Desert Storm to Desert Shield.
Oh, okay. What? Okay. Anyway, but yeah, when that went hot, the Cold War was officially ended because it was in 1990 when the Soviet Union collapsed. We no longer had an enemy. The CIA said back in the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s, I think actually it was in 72. They said the quiet part out loud. We always have to have an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
So when they no longer had the Soviet Union and the Cold War to lean on for driving the military industrial complex without things getting hot, because, there was that thing called brinksmanship. Who can get closest to pushing that nuclear button without actually pushing that nuclear button? And Reagan was a champion at that. But anyway, yeah. So
well, I'll throw something else out on top of that. Beyond the fall of the Soviet Union, what do we have going on in the world right now? What did they try during that with Johnson? He wanted that ship sank.
Yeah.
Where was that ship? It was in the Mediterranean.
Yep.
What do we have now going on? Present day now in the Mediterranean.
What is it, 2 or 3 fleets now in the Med?
And what would happen? Gee, what would happen? We need to get a wider Middle East war going.
Well,
How
yeah,
can we do that?
And then there's that headline that you and I discussed about that helicopter that was out on routine training exercise with a unit of special operators that all died in the crash.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, okay. Okay, standard training operation. Uh-huh. Yeah, I know what that means. You was out starting some shit.
Right. That's code for we don't want to tell you how they actually died. So they died in a training accident.
Right.
And fun little fact, though, I did see a little tidbit 15 hours ago before we started the stream. Now, I don't like the guy. It's Canadian Prepper on YouTube, but he was talking about four soldiers were killed in Iran. So could he have been mistaken and it was actually 5? And this is what is the cover story for that?
Tom, brother, I got some insight on that cat. He's part of that crew that I'm trying to warn everybody about. That's why I said I don't like him, but they're a neo-fundamentalist extremist branch of the Mormon Church. They're driven by a book called Visions and Glory. You can immediately gain notoriety, or at least notice in the community if you've had a near-death experience or 5 and have had visions that you bring back. And it's all doomsday shit. And one of those preppers out there in that community, he doesn't do a YouTube channel, but he was interviewed by somebody, and he's quoted as having said, "I've spent tens of thousands of dollars preparing to protect my family. Why would I let that go to waste?" Because they're talking about, they're expecting the apocalypse to happen so Jesus can come back. That's what those charismatic evangelicals are trying to do. Those Christian Zionists, they're escalating things to bring the apocalypse because they believe that's what will bring Jesus back.
Well,
they're missing the whole concept that no man knows the day or the hour because it's on God's clock. Boys and girls, you ain't got shit to do with this, so fucking stand down. Don't even stand by, just fucking stand down.
I would even argue that Jesus is here now. I don't know what the hell you're waiting on.
Right. Well,
he says, "I'm knocking on your heart. I'm here."
Wasn't his second coming at the Pentecost before his ascension? Technically, I mean, that's how I understand the scriptures. You know, and there are those that will argue that if you actually look at the context of the book of Revelation, where there's those that have that 7 mountains mandate, thinking it's 7 mountains around Jerusalem, where in actual historical context is 7 mountains around Rome. When they're talking about the beast, if you actually go back to the context of the social context of when the texts were written, Nero was known as the beast at that time. He was their George Soros,
right,
or Klaus Schwab, or insert any other nasty globalist in there.
Well, it's funny that you bring up that analogy because if you really look at it throughout history, every generation has had one.
Yep. And technically, if you look at the definition of an antichrist, it's someone who goes against the message of Christ, which is a message of love and acceptance. I mean, that doesn't mean that you have to actually love everybody. I mean, love them as fellow human beings by all means, but you don't have to condone their lifestyle. And if it's immediately contradictory to something that you believe in, then yes, you have the right to judge them on that. Just, you don't have the right to be judging people in areas where you have no room to judge, which is part of the reason why I don't call out some of the things that might be considered social sins. Okay, so homosexuality is contradictory to the Bible. I have no room to judge people on that. Just saying.
Well, salvation is up to the individual, just like your safety is up to the individual.
Freedom.
I don't have
Freedom One Heart 5218 says Maui is the energy center for the Earth root chakra. Who stole Maui Island? Well, we could look at the ley line map on that again. But yeah, definitely. That's why I posted that fuck the crown thing earlier. As I define the crown today, it's the globalists. And the root of that is the United States and Great Britain. That goes back to 1871. I'm like, what year was it when Hawaii became a state? 1950?
50-51.
50-51, somewhere around there. And yeah, it had already been thoroughly colonized by the Brits before the Americans moved in, which is why the Maui Kingdom flag has that British flag in the corner. In the field is the heraldic term for it. But yeah, you could say the same thing about the crown stealing the land from the New Zealanders, the Maui. Or the Maori, rather, with treaties and such, and beat them down bloodily. It's the reason it's here last is because we're the last bastion. We're the only thing they haven't conquered yet,
right?
Because we've been the club they've been using.
Oh, you can bet we're conquered at this point.
Oh, definitely.
That's why I'm on here preaching about making plans.
Buy seeds, buy books.
They want to keep us divided, so we can't make a logical plan on how to protect each other.
Right. Well, and that's a bridge I've been trying to build to help people build, because there's a distinctly classical pagan group out there. By classical pagan, I don't mean goat worshiping and whatnot. I'm talking, just people of the earth living their life, choosing to be free. And yes, they definitely have a hippie-esque look. They've got dreadlocks and tattoos on their faces and scalps. And yes, they're definitely tribal. But they're all about the corporations can all take a flying leap. I'm trying to tame it down, Father Larry. But they call Monsanto Satan. Okay, we can meet on that mutual ground of our dislikes of these oligarchical corporations, and just imagine how much stronger, how much more effective we could be by increasing our ranks with our similarities rather than dwelling on our differences.
Well, hence why they're trying to divide
Precisely.
By race, divide by religion, divide by anything and all means possible.
Right.
But I will tell you that you and I were talking about zombie apocalypse.
Oh yeah.
Earlier, I am going to ring in on this. There is an overabundance of stupidity in this world.
Oh yeah.
And it is getting worse. It is not getting better. It is getting worse. People are buying this indoctrination. They're being spoon shoveled all this crap, and they just keep eating it.
Oh yeah.
Well,
it confirms the beliefs they've established for themselves.
And
like I comfortable with that. They are not comfortable with having their thought patterns challenged.
And like I said, the American people and the people at large in the world are not tired of it. I don't want to hear we're sick and tired of it. No, you're not sick and tired of it, because if you were genuinely sick and tired of it, you would do something about it.
Right.
You wouldn't sit here and run your jibs. You wouldn't sit here and cry. Now, I'm including myself in this. You wouldn't sit here and fucking bitch about shit. You would do something.
Right.
Now, you take it how you will, but that's just the way it is.
Right.
At this point, that's where we're at. If people want to keep buying that this government is such a good government, but yet they will sit there and talk to me about COVID, or they'll talk to me about this, or they'll talk to me about that, and they'll admit, well, the government was wrong and they were evil about this. Then why in the hell are you trusting them now?
Right.
What do you think has changed? Nothing.
Exactly.
They're the same people.
All right. So I was watching a video from Angry Cops the other day. And he plays a lot of those dumb army recruit videos, right? Or dumb army guy videos. Usually junior rank, right? They're on the shooting range, right? And this dude's doing pistol training. And his objective is to shoot one target, move over and shoot the next target. And his battle buddy is the barricade that he's supposed to shoot around, except he's a couple of steps back. So he shoots at the first target, and instead of taking 2 steps to the left to shoot at the second target, he takes 1 step to the left to shoot at the second target, and shoots his buddy in the bicep.
Oh.
And when the bullet came out the bicep on the outside of his arm, it came through the brand new tattoo the dude had just gotten of his wife, and it came out right between her eyes, just above the brow line. So that scar is going to look like she had a big old zit on her face. I'm just like, and of course, AC's breaking down how pissed off the range masters are going to be, and nobody's going to be shooting, and nobody's going anywhere, and y'all are stuck. Just sit there. And I'm like, oh. And these are the cats you're expecting to come save your ass.
Right.
That's okay. I'm fine by myself. Leave me alone. I'm good.
Right. Exactly. Well, guys, you want to finish this up?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
All right, here we go.
Blown. The new White House memo just came out where Bush was talking about staging the shoot down of American planes to blame it on Saddam. That's public. That's admitted.
We have been getting an overwhelming response to our Showbiz Tonight question of the day. Charlie Sheen speaks out. Do you agree with his assertion that there is a government cover-up of 9/11? Let's take a look at how the vote is going so far. 82% of you say yes. Only 18% of you say no.
I had a sense that this thing was going to get hot. I didn't realize that, as you say, it was going to go supernova. That if they continue to attack me personally, it only gives credence to our side of the argument. People want the truth. They want the truth. And what's been offered to us resembles nothing of the sort.
He says is, don't believe me, check out the facts. Go look at the evidence. Don't believe the attack dogs. It isn't about Charlie Sheen or Alex Jones or A.J. Hammer. Right. It's about NORAD standing down. It's about bombs in the buildings. It's about Pentagon documents saying they wanted to carry out these attacks and blame it on foreign enemies. This is all public. That's why all these physicists and politicians and people and congresswomen, ideas are bulletproof. And the New World Order better stop carrying out terror attacks. We've caught them over 200 times in the last 100 years. Western governments doing this. Hitler does it. The British do it. The Russians did it. Governments do this. And I'm not saying the whole government. Very small criminal black world is what they're called. Operators are carrying this out. That's the facts. Please go investigate it, ladies and gentlemen. You will discover the truth. Look at America. It's turning into a police state. Well, putting cameras in school bathrooms. Nothing can stop the truth from coming out on 9/11, and we're in danger of the New World Order carrying out more terror attacks to keep this war for empire.
Charlie Sheen then appeared on Jimmy Kimmel Live. Sheen again threw down the gauntlet and challenged his detractors to look at the facts of Building 7 and the 5 frames from the Pentagon.
You know him from movies like Platoon and Wall Street, and in addition to seeing him every week on 2.5 Men, opening tonight, you can see him in Scary Movie 4. Please welcome the indestructible Charlie Sheen. almost Easter.
Hey, back at you. Thank you.
You had some interesting comments. You were on a radio show and you talked about 9/11, and you have is it a theory or you just don't believe the government account of what happened on 9/11?
I just had questions.
Yeah?
I had a lot of questions. And the forum I chose to voice those questions in is the Alex Jones radio show.
Mm-hmm.
And just because he's a guy that I've been a fan of and followed for a lot of years. And, you know, I got attacked. I mean, there were a lot of hit pieces. The reaction was
people get very
severe.
mad
They get
when
very
celebrities
mad.
have
No,
opinions.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. I know he's not qualified. He doesn't, you know, he's just, who the hell is he to have an opinion about something so horrible. And, you know, it was sad because they didn't really take a look at any of the stuff I was asking them to look at, any of the evidence or any of the stuff that generated those questions, you know. And they said, oh, he's another tinfoil hat wearing Hollywood clown, you know. And it's like the only, you know, I felt that the only real validation I needed was just being a tax-paying American that loves my country.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just something that you wonder about and you would like to know more about,
Sure.
I assume. And do you did you study the tapes? And
I've done a lot of research, and it's not just me, it's the people that have come before me, the experts and the engineers and the physicists and the scientists and the scholars that raised a lot of these things. And I took a look at their research and said, yeah, it doesn't add up. A lot of it doesn't add up, hence these questions, you know. And there's two areas. There's Building 7 and there's the 5 frames from the Pentagon. Don't listen to me. Do your own research, you know. But I think that, you know, what happened to a time in this country when we were entitled, when we had a constitutional and a God-given right to be curious about things that didn't make sense. That's all it was.
Because we have a lot of cable shows now, and they need stuff to be mad about. So, you know, stuff like this is like, oh boy, we could yell about this for an entire week. And plus, with your dad being the president and all, it puts a lot of the focus on it.
That's true. Yeah, I should have conferred with him before I came out publicly. You know?
Within weeks of Charlie Sheen throwing down the gauntlet on national television, the federal government released 2 new videos, almost identical to frames released 4 years before by the Pentagon.
We've got to ask questions about why the Pentagon could be attacked. This is supposed to be the most defended building in the world. We've got to look at the stills that were released from video footage of that day, which claim that a jetliner went into the side of the Pentagon and yet appear to show some kind of guided missile going in there.
The establishment press chortled with glee, as if the new footage conclusively proved their claims.
Tonight's other big story, the Pentagon releasing the first video showing American Airlines Flight 77 crashing into the Pentagon on September 11th. Well, that's the question. Does this prove once and for all that is where that airplane crashed?
Well, I would have thought that over the years that was never a question, but some folks had a question about that. I think that question is now once and for all answered.
Since the first days of 9/11, the establishment press has only focused on the Pentagon controversy and not the hundreds of other smoking guns and serious questions that have been raised. We have to ask ourselves, why? As if it was by design, the new frames only intensified the debate. No passenger plane is evident in the still frames. They're more than happy to endlessly focus on the Pentagon, but they won't touch Building 7.
It's amazing.
Amazing, incredible, pick your word. For the 3rd time today, it's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down.
We have the owner of the World Trade Center complex admitting on tape that he ordered the building demolished on the afternoon of 9/11.
I said, you know, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
During our on-the-ground investigations in New York City over the last 5+ years, we've talked to scores of eyewitnesses who had claimed that police and firemen told them to get back from Building 7 because it was going to be brought down or, quote, explode.
Building 7, while I was listening to live feed from our local public radio station later in the afternoon, they talked about Building 7. Building 7 was fine. There was no airplane that hit it. And then they even began to ruminate on the air about demolishing the building. I said, well, I don't know. I mean, you can put out fires. You know, why would you talk about demolishing a building that, you know, it wasn't hit by anything? You know, the fires weren't bad or anything like that.
I will say that I spoke to a cop on 9/11 who said that it was going to come down. I don't know how he knew that.
Now, archived CNN footage has surfaced showing video footage of a New York City police officer telling cameramen and civilians to get back from Building 7 because the building was going to blow up.
Keep your eye on that building. It'll be coming down. The building is about to blow up. Move it back. All right, guys? We are looking back. There's a building about to blow up. Flame, debris coming down.
Just in the last few seconds, another building, building number 7, one of the buildings in support of the World Trade Center towers, has collapsed. This is no small building, as you can see, at 47 stories. It would stand out in most American cities.
And then, in late February of 2007, 9/11 researchers reviewing archives of live news coverage from September 11th discovered to their shock that BBC World had reported that Building 7, also known as the Salomon Brothers building, had completely collapsed over 20 minutes before its actual implosion. First anchors at the London news desk reported it.
Now, more on the latest building collapse in New York. You might have heard a few moments ago I was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing, and indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the...
They then cut to BBC reporter Jane Stanley in New York, who also reported that the Salomon Brothers building had fallen, all the while with the building clearly visible behind her through the window.
Our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
Well, only really what you already know. Details are very, very sketchy. There's almost a sense downtown in New York behind me, down by the World Trade Centers, of just an area completely closed off as the rescue workers try to do their job. But this isn't the first building that has suffered as a result. We know that part of the Marriott Hotel next to the World Trade Center also collapsed as a result of this huge amount of falling debris from 110 floors of the two twin towers of the World Trade Center. As you can see behind me, the Trade Center appears to be still burning. We see these huge clouds of smoke and ash, and we know that behind that there's an empty piece of what was a very familiar New York skyline.
Another BBC News channel, BBC 24, also got the word and reported the collapse 20 minutes before it fell.
Enormous building in New York has collapsed. It is the 47-story Salomon Brothers building, which was situated very close to the World Trade Center, right there in this financial capital.
It then emerged that Aaron Brown of CNN reported from a rooftop overlooking Ground Zero that Building 7 had collapsed over an hour before it actually fell.
We are getting information now that one of the other buildings, Building 7 in the World Trade Center complex, is on fire and has either collapsed or is collapsing. And you, to be honest, can see these pictures a little bit more clearly than I. But building number 7, one of the buildings in this very large complex of buildings that is the Trade Center, there were, and that is the right way to put it, there were the two towers, but then there are a number of support buildings around it, and now we are told that there's a fire there, and that building may collapse as well, as you can see. We can see as we look now back downtown, we can see the billowing smoke.
CNN and BBC's reports conclusively prove media prior knowledge and false start scripting of Building 7's controlled demolition. Couple that with hundreds of police, firefighters, and rescue workers stating that they were told to get back from 7 because it was going to be brought down. There can be no doubt that Building 7's destruction was an orchestrated inside job. 9/11 was just one salvo in an ongoing war against the free peoples of the planet. It's all part of their terror storm. Pentagon war planners now publicly admit that 90% of their battle plans are psychological versus physical. The information war has taken the place of aircraft carriers, fighter bombers, and Abrams M1A tanks. And you, the population of the planet, are the target. Put simply, modern warfare is all about selling the population to love its own enslavement. The elite are waging war on the people. Edward L. Bernays is regarded by many as the father of public relations. He was born in Vienna, Austria. Bernays was the nephew of Sigmund Freud. Bernays pioneered the use of psychology and other social sciences to design public persuasion campaigns. He published several scholarly works still used in universities worldwide today. On page 71 of his book Propaganda, Bernays wrote, "If we understand the mechanisms and motives of the group mind, is it not possible to control and regiment the masses according to our will without their knowing about it?" Bernays literally wrote the book on modern propaganda. His clients included Procter & Gamble, CBS Television, the United Fruit Company, the American Tobacco Company, General Electric, Dodge Motors, and he also spearheaded the national campaign to fluoridate the water supply of America through the fluoridationist of the Public Health Service. He was hired by multiple presidents to engage in propaganda campaigns against the American people, as well as the U.S. Army. Another quote from his book, Propaganda: "The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our government. We are governed, our minds are molded, our taste formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never heard of." Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels publicly praised Bernays on many occasions and stated that Bernays' work was the blueprint used by the Nazis to seize control of the Reich. Edward Bernays advanced the science of propaganda light years. But more than 60 years after his heyday, the science of mind control is thousands of times more sophisticated than even Bernays had envisioned. Since the dawn of man, bullies have attempted to dominate and control the tribe. Human history has been one long struggle of the independent free human against organized crime syndicates attempting to enslave him. Brute force has been replaced with intimidation and propaganda. We are manipulated into enslaving ourselves. We are conned into believing that the establishment is our loving keeper and not our parasitic master. The New World Order architects are a group of predatory control freaks who have enslaved humanity and are desperate to keep control of their cattle. The elite is threatened by independent free humans who control their own destinies. They're threatened by intelligence, by beauty, by honor, by family. They seek to control and steer the destiny of humanity in a direction that secures their power monopoly forever. They are sadistic. They are callous. They think nothing of human life, only control and keeping that control. The entire world is being engineered, designed to be a prison planet, a control grid over free humanity, where no dissent is tolerated. Once you realize that the establishment is laughing at you, you can begin to research the truth and start fighting back. Once you understand their game plan, it's very easy to defeat. Knowing who your enemy is half the battle. Taking action is the other half. You only have to free your mind and defeating the globalist will be easy.
So that's the first one I got pulled up for us.
Right on. We got that echo.
Oh, yeah, let me get that taken care of. So let me ask this question before we get out the gate. Has it ever occurred to anybody, why is it that our public schools are set up as a model of a prison?
Oh, it's a mindset of control and submission, confinement.
Well, you have to remember why the public schools came into being, and that was to
feed the factories.
Feed the factories, and they had to speak English in order to communicate with everyone else.
Right. And there were a whole lot of folks. There were a whole lot of folks that relocated off of farms into the cities for those jobs.
Exactly.
And the federal government did force a whole bunch of Indians off of various reservations and relocated them in the city with a promise of a better life. And then kind of like they did with the illegals, you know, hey, we're going to get you there. All right. Now you're on your own. Good luck. Yeah, I didn't play.
I would argue that's exactly what they did with the black communities too.
Oh, yeah, not wrong.
Excuse me 1 minute, fellas.
But yeah, it boils down to control.
Yeah, our educational systems, you know, and I find it actually humorous that they have English as a second language class within our schools. Seeing as our schools were set up as English as a second language.
Right. Well,
that's how they came into being.
What I find interesting, and it's because of the fact that I grew up in public school as an American, as a conservative, you know, and dare I say a Christian nationalist. I always believed, hey, by golly, you come to America, you learn to speak English, or at least Americanese, right? I mean, we got a lot of different dialects, gearheads, metalheads, country folk. Everybody's got their own dialect. But even at that, when I was doing business, and you know, when I was practicing business, and when I went to college later, and dealt with some international individuals. There was a couple of international students that I met that came from Europe that were fluent in 6 languages, and that's nothing unusual. If you grew up in like Frankfurt or Munich or Paris, in one of those international mainland trading centers, it was made business easier when you could speak the language of those that you're trying to do business with, and being flexible enough to adapt to some of their culture as well as expecting some respect in return, which if you give respect, chances are you're going to get it. Chances. Sure. Not always.
Well, and there's so many countries that in their public schools, they're required to learn at least English.
Right.
I'll tell you.
It doesn't always work out, though, when you run into a road pirate. I'm just saying.
I watched a funny video on YouTube today. It had, let's see, 6 people in it, 5 of which were either college educated, college degree. One of them was a postgraduate, went through postgraduate. What do they call that?
He's either working on a master's or a doctoral candidate.
They had a doctorate. Okay. And the point was they brought them all in and they talked for a few minutes. And then each one of them had to say through 1 through 6 who was the most intelligent. Okay. And then rank down from there. There was one poor guy that was a Marine. Okay.
Okay.
High school graduate Marine.
All right.
And I guess it would be professor, PhD.
Right.
Funny story. Of course, the PhD ranked herself as second because there was a Chinese first or immigrant Harvard graduate that was very, very humble, tamed down, but all of them basically ranked him as number one in intelligence. Then overall vote, the PhD was the second one in line. And then the third one in line was a graduate from Yale. And the graduate from Yale had actually put down the Marine. The PhD had actually put down the Marine. And the other two kind of softly put down the Marine.
Right.
The Chinese guy really never rung in on the Marine at all. Like I say, he's very humble. So they set them in these seats, ranked 1 through 6. So we've got the Harvard graduate or the Harvard guy. That was number 1. PhD number 2. Harvard or Yale number 3. Then a girl that was in the information technology sector, college graduate, 4th. There was another one that was just folk dancing type of graduate, literally. That was 5th, and then the Marine was ranked 6th. Then they bring out an IQ test.
And he was the smartest one in the room?
No, he wasn't the smartest one in the room.
But he wasn't the dumbest
breakdown.
either.
Number 1 was the Harvard graduate. Number 2 was actually ranked number 4. Okay, but she ended up being the second most intelligent.
All right, so the IT person.
The IT person. The third one was the Marine. Okay. The Yale one was below the Marine by about 5 points, 6 points, somewhere around there. The folk dancing dude was ranked 5th. The PhD was the one that came in last, and it wasn't by a little margin. It was a huge margin.
Oh, my.
I was like, oh, smack down. That's what I'm talking about with the education system. The education system has taught everybody, especially college.
Right.
They're bad about this.
Well,
you don't know squat unless you've graduated from college. You're just not an intelligent individual.
Can I relate a personal experience story that'll help validate that?
Sure.
All right. So the way I grew up, one of the activities that we had to learn was orienteering, map and compass, navigating your way through Mark Twain National Forest. So, we're not talking easy travel down there in Southwest Missouri, right?
Right.
So I have to be able to read a map, which gives me an idea how water flow works, right? I mean, these are things I knew as a teenager. So when I go much later in life, I was in my 30s when I finally went back to school. And I already had some business experience, as a chief operations officer. And I get into the statistics class because that's part of the business package, right? And engineers have to be able to understand statistics as well. So the very first day of class, the professor hands out this test, right? He's just doing a cold read, so to speak, to find out what the intellectual temperature when it comes to understanding statistics is in the room. And he wanted all of us to put our current GPA at the top of the page, grade point average, right? Because he's got this theory that he's been able to prove up until he met me and one other individual in the class. We were the two individuals. Of course, we were also both non-traditional students, but we were the two individuals in the class that had the lowest GPAs and scored the highest on the test. I came in number 1 and he came in number 2. And so that completely blew the professor's theory. And I'm like, you can't base somebody's intelligence on their GPA. You have to also calculate life experience. And you're not used to dealing with individuals that don't have life experience. That's why they call me a non-traditional student. I got some life under my belt.
Well, here is one thing that I will throw out there is that while we're talking about solutions to healing our country, first off, we need to get a strong leader into office that can set policy and have a House of Representatives and a Senate to back that policy and get our country right the ship, in other words.
Yeah.
But if we want to keep it righted, first off, I still say that isolationism would be the best thing that our country could do, at least on the short term.
I agree.
And then that coupled with the abolishing of the public school system, totally abolishing the public school system, get the federal government completely out of the school system and put in homeschooling co-ops or regular schooling co-ops,
right?
That you would attend, but not indoctrination centers. We're not going to teach socialization anymore. We're going to be teaching the basics: reading, writing, arithmetic, and science.
That's the beauty of a home school or a home community educational co-op, because generally a different household will specialize in training for a certain age group or grades, if you want to put it that way, grade levels. But yeah, so you'll do some of your education in this household, and then you'll do some of your education in that household while increasing your knowledge base, because these households have access to or practical knowledge with those higher levels of learning. It's a lot more focused.
I will also argue that the Russian education system pre-collapse was actually a pretty solid education system, because what they did was they evaluated kids at 5, 6, 7 years old to see whether they were visual learners, auditory learners,
that part of
learners.
I agree. That part of the structure of it, yes, I do agree with that. Assessing a child's abilities and desires, and steering, kind of help steer them in that direction, not indoctrinate them, but feed them the information in a way that they can best absorb it, best utilize it, and especially their own personal skills.
Tom, that's one of the major errors of our educational system, is they don't understand the best learning method of their classes.
Right.
They don't. They have no clue. They don't attempt to assess it.
Right.
And that is number one mistake.
Well, that's the biggest issue I see with quote unquote standardized education. people aren't made with a cookie cutter, and neither can their knowledge base.
Exactly.
And yeah, I don't know. Chop said that he remembered that the two most jab resistant were first PhD and second high school grad, no college.
Yes.
Metaform, good to see you.
It is good to see you, Metaform. So I would actually throw that out as a primary, but a secondary fix to our country. It's going to take 2 generations to filter down.
Oh yeah,
we're already 2 generations behind. 2 generations are screwed.
If we ran the educational system something more along the lines of a trade school, because you might, you got some folks that are more apt to be able to design or repair electrical circuits, where others are more apt to be able to rebuild engines, and others, you get what I'm saying. But that also goes towards cultivating those individuals who are more artistically inclined, the ones who just cannot understand how an engine works, but they know the entire Swan Lake ballet routine by heart and can perform it flawlessly. I admire individuals that have high grades of skill, especially when it's shit I have. I can do better at falling upstairs than Joe Biden can, because I can actually fall upstairs. So me putting on some ballet slippers and trying to toe dance is just not going to work.
I would actually argue as well that the best thing for parents to do with young children is to take away the electronics. Get the electronics the hell out of the house. The bitch box, the boob tube, whatever you want to call it. The computers, the tablets, all this crap. Get it the hell out of your house. Set them down with something that makes them think. One of the things that helped me as far as learning to be a thinker was Legos. As a boy, it was Legos. That was one of the best things that my parents ever did for me was Legos, because I had to sit there and think of what I wanted to put together and figure out how to put it together.
See, my mom was a journalist and a teacher, and my dad was an engineer. So every winter we did family craft stuff, and we did it in front of the TV. Like one winter we learned we did hand sewing. Another winter we did macrame. Another winter we did embroidery. And when our fingers would get tired of doing whatever that was, it'd be like late on a Friday or Saturday night. It'd be Kung Fu Theater or Monster Theater or something playing on the television, and Dad and I would be down on the floor playing games like Chinese checkers. It was feeding the strategic side of my brain, the mathematical.
Exactly.
Hey, due diligence, good to see you.
Anything and everything.
Yeah, no, I have to admit, as much as I like to give Marines shit, I know a lot of them are really smart. But unfortunately, the world is overrun by,
Right.
How's that saying go? Never underestimate the power of stupid people in large numbers.
Right. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. I mean, that's something else that a lot of people don't sit and consider. Our military has some of the highest technology in the world.
Oh yeah.
And who do you think runs it? It's our soldiers. So where would you think that these people would be stupid? I mean, it's amazing to me. And not only that, but they have to pass an ASVAB. What does the ASVAB really test? It tests your problem solving skills.
I just, on that note of being able to do technology and stuff, there was a gal that I met at a festival. She camped with us, and the festival's like, well, they moved it to the weekend after Mother's Day. But anyway, she spent the 3 days, 2 nights there, sleeping in a hammock strung up between a couple of trees. We were down there by Fort Leonard Wood, down in that area. But yeah, she had been an officer in the Navy, and her skill set included her being able to reprogram a Tomahawk that's already been launched, like redesignate its target in flight. That's no slouch.
Right. And see, that's something else, you know, that people talk about intelligence or IQ or whatever.
It's another way of separating people.
Well, exactly. But not only that, but all these people that think they're holier than thou with their college degrees, I got a question. How many of them could actually survive if all that technology was gone?
Right. My granddad had an 8th grade education, but he was a lifelong contractor. And when I was a teenager, I went with him. I was probably 13 or 14 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I was out running around with him that day. We were doing just a bunch of little fix-it jobs. And one of the things that was on the to-do list that day was he was stopping by to give an estimate on a house. They wanted to do siding, windows, and a new roof.
Mm-hmm.
And he walked around that house he always wore those square back Big Smith overalls, you know, the blue and white striped overalls. And I mean, that bib was full of stuff. That was his wallet and everything was in there. But he pulled out a little pad out of there. So, you know, it's not a very big page, you know, and he pulls out his pencil and he's walking around the house and he's just jotting some numbers down. And when his rough estimate, just by eyeballing this house, was lined up to what a professional contractor did with a tape measure, he was close enough in the ballpark that they went with his numbers. They didn't hire him for the job, but he knew his job well enough that just walking around the house, he could tell them how many squares of shingles they needed, how many square feet of siding they were going to need, the size of the windows they were going to need, how many of each. So he just basically did an inventory for them. You know, this is what you're going to be looking at.
Well, I'll tell you, one of my heroes or idols or people that I look up to.
One of them folks you looked up to. Yeah, I get that.
Believe it or not, now some people are going to be like, "Oh man, I'm going to turn him off," but it's Sam Walton.
Yeah.
If you know anything about Sam Walton and his upbringing,
his spoiled little kids can go take a flying leap, but Sam himself, he was a good cat.
He really was very, very knowledgeable. Now, I didn't necessarily like the way he did business, but hey.
Right. I mean, yeah. But yeah. What he had in mind and what his kids did were different. And yeah, I know his business practices were kind of messed up, which is kind of where I learned how to do business, was by looking at him and how not to do business.
Well, though, one thing that I will give him though is he was all about made in USA. That was his big tagline when he was starting to build up. That was his big tagline, made in the USA. Now he put a lot of businesses into some hurt for sure. But he never offshored anything. Everything was onshore. Make sure that the people that I'm paying for this product can spend the money on my product.
Right.
Keep it cheap. That was his plan. If he could keep it cheap enough, people could afford to buy it. So if they weren't making huge amounts of money, they could still afford to buy it.
Right. And now Walmart stockers have a game called Made in America, to where when they're stocking the shelves at Walmart, the first person to find a Made in America product wins the night.
Right.
It's like, I know every time I tell that, Sam Walton's got to roll over in his grave yet again.
Right. Now, I'll tell you what, though, he did right by his trucking company.
Yeah.
I don't know whether everybody knows this one or not, but he partnered up and he went to the owner of JB Hunt. JB Hunt was kind of in a bind. They had too many schools going on and they had overextended on trucks.
Yep.
And so they went to Sam Walton and told him, if you really want to build a good business and have good logistics, then you need your own trucking company. So when he started up his trucking company, now I'm not going to tell you it was long lived, but it was lived long enough for 20 years to pass.
Right.
Okay? The guys that started with him, JB Hunt had told him, if you want to have a successful trucking company, you keep your drivers happy.
Yep.
So what Sam Walton did was when he came in and started the Walmart transportation end, he told the drivers that started with him, if you stay with me for 20 years, when you all get out, you all will be millionaires. And he made good on that promise.
Nice.
So
that's a rare attribute these days.
Yes.
Very rare attribute.
But he made sure they were always paid well and taken care of. They were coddled. I mean to tell you, they were coddled. But yeah. Anyway, did we want to try and go ahead and run this other movie?
Well, I'm okay with it.
Father Larry, you all right with it?
Sure.
All right. Well, let me get it pulled up here. I know we've been running about 3.5 hours, but it seems like maybe Restream has kind of settled down now, and my internet I know is settled down now, and my cat's sleeping somewhere, so now I don't have to worry about my computer getting turned off.
So it's all chill and stable.
I'll tell you, man. Wow, it's just been one of them nights. It's been a week for me, though. I don't know whether Wingnut told you or not, but my truck is out of commission.
I told a couple of folks a couple of little things. I didn't get into any details, but yeah, that old adage about tits and tires.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The old adage goes, if it's got tits or it's got tires, it's going to give you problems. The bigger the tires, the bigger the tits, the bigger the problems. So anyway.
Yeah, Father Larry, that's kind of worldly, but I can say that my life experience would suggest that there's some validity to that statement.
Yeah. So let me see if I can get one of these to pull up. I want to make sure we've got the right one here. Why don't we do Fall of the Well, I don't know. That one's kind of long. I could do Out of the Shadows. Which one do y'all want? Out of the Shadows, it's about 1:17, or Fall of the Republic, it's about 2:17.
I vote for Out of the Shadows.
Out of the Shadows.
So that's sort of like going from dark to light, as some folks like to say.
Make sure that's 1:17 long.
Let me get myself, I like to just turn the spotlight into the shadows.
But
that's what matters at the end of the day. Keep on smiling and in the attitude of gratitude. Well said, Metaphor.
On the addendum of that trucking issue, I will say this. The Lord does work in mysterious ways. For everybody's been keeping track, I told you how I got into buying a truck. And basically, I did something that you're not supposed to do, but I did challenge God and said, okay, if this is the direction you want, then you're going to make it easy for me. And he made it easy for me. Well, now my truck is broke down. However, I found a job that pays me just as well. I can leave my truck parked and I don't have to turn any miles on my truck and get my truck fixed and still be paying all my bills and making decent money. So it all worked out in the end.
Right.
Amazing how that works. Keep the faith.
I got a buddy of mine that's going through some rough times.
Mm-hmm.
But over the last, especially today, he's been like, well, blah, blah, complain, gripe, I'm dealing with this, that, or the other. And it's really just not that he's whining or anything. He's just, this is what's going on in my life, and I wish it was different. And then he'd follow it up with, but, and then throw a positive thought on the end of it. And I'm like, there you go. Looking for that silver lining.
Dude, I'm pulling that up for you as we speak here.
He's getting to the point where he's just
come on out,
fed up with the overall insanity that he's seeing in the world, and how now that he's finally starting to see the effects of it, and he's fully compliant with that whole jabby jab thing, which disappoints me, but it's his life,
right?
Yeah, I understand why he did it. I understand his motivation. They told him he couldn't volunteer at the VA. And about 3 days before he was supposed to go to Air Force Basic, he blew out both knees. So that canceled his opportunity to be able to serve. So serving as a volunteer at the VA is how he feels like he's serving his country.
Right.
There's a veteran history in his family. So that's the best he can do to carry on that tradition. And the only way he could carry on was to get that jab.
Right. All right. Here we go. I'm going to share this up for Du real quick. Thank you for the cookie, by the way, Du. So here we go. I'm going to have to refresh this, so bear with me.
It's pumpkin time. It's pumpkin time.
Yep, pretty much. The bigger
I introduced him to her. She's combat vet.
All right, right on. Well, here we go. This is about an hour and 17, so kick back, kick your feet up, get you some popcorn. Here we go.
Why do you believe what you believe? You trusted told you that a car was a car, a tree was a tree, a bird was a bird, the blue stuff above you is the sky, and that's the way that we began to determine what we believe to be a fact. Most of the things that we believe to be a fact in our lives are told to us through our stories or the news that we hear. So my question would be, if they were deceiving you with the stories they tell you, would you be able to recognize that?
So we've all heard the term conspiracy theory. Personally, for me, I've never really had time to get into any of that because, frankly, I'm working all the time and I don't have the time to look into Bigfoot or aliens or flat Earth or 9/11 conspiracy or the JFK assassination. It's just, it's not anything that I really have any backstory on. But the one thing that I do have a lot of backstory on, the one thing I do know a lot about is Hollywood.
When you think about the entertainment industry, what comes to mind? Movies, TV, music, right? Let's talk about this entertainment.
I've been observing you.
What if this entertainment was more than just entertainment?
Now in complete control!
When you're driving home from work, what are you listening to? When you come home after a long day and turn on the TV, what do you see?
The U.S. are bracing. Saying that the one.
Think about all the content you've seen throughout your whole life. A lot of it has actually made us who we are today.
So you don't know what's really going on.
Have you ever stopped for just a second, though, and questioned the content? The only thing we consume more than content is air. But we actually think about the quality of the air we breathe. Maybe it's time to take a closer look at our content.
And fear. Taxes.
Our government's always controlled our content.
The fight for freedom.
We've just never paid attention.
Freedom of speech.
Message received.
The police occupy our community.
To work with the CIA to destabilize foreign countries.
This media that we're consuming at such a rapid rate, we need to slow down and think about what we're consuming.
Bullshit going on.
What if the people in charge didn't have our best interests in mind? Now we have to ask ourselves, who's influencing our content?
Is the CIA involved in Hollywood?
Yes.
Guys, come ahead. I'm rolling. Go. That's good right there. He's picking up speed. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
So for the past 28 years, I've probably had one of the coolest jobs in the world. I was a professional stunt performer. I've worked with some of the biggest stars. I've got to be Batman. I've got to be James Bond. I've won World Stunt Awards. I am in this Screen Actors Guild. I'm in the DGA. I'm in the WGA. And last year, I got into the Academy, the Oscars. I worked my way up from being a stuntman to being a fight coordinator, to being a stunt coordinator, to being a second unit director. Action! First big job I get, I'm on Batman Forever. And I'm walking around set and I'm pinching myself. I'm looking over, there's Tommy Lee Jones, there's Jim Carrey, there's Val Kilmer, there's Drew Barrymore, there's Nicole Kidman. And I'm like, how did I get here? I didn't really say I'm gonna go be a stuntman. I wanted to go make movies. But being a stuntman was the easiest way for me to get into the business. I didn't want to be an actor because like, pretending to be a character. Well, being a stuntman, I was that character. I was the guy behind the illusion, creating it for the guy who's on the screen. I jumped out of that helicopter. I was in that fireball. I did whatever was being asked of the job. I've had an amazing career, and I've had an amazing life.
That's a cut.
But in the system that exists today, as I get up the ladder, I realize it's not what people think it is. It's an illusion. It is a complete illusion. We're gonna put our pick and our turning shift. In 2014, I was working on a television show up in Portland, and I had a catastrophic injury. I've done this stunt, probably variations of it 20 times over my career. It was nothing. It was a small fall down into a stairwell. I did the first take fine, the second take, I knew I could do it better. I went up and I fell over the rail and I landed on the pipe down below and I burst fractured my L2 vertebrae and I was paralyzed from the waist down. When you are injured, when you are catastrophically injured and it changes who you are, I knew from that day I would never be the athlete that I once was. And I always told people as a stuntman, the worst possible injury you can get is a lower back injury. You can break your legs, your arms, whatever, but if you injure your lower back or your hips, your pelvic region, you're done. There was 2 years that I didn't think I would ever live without pain. One of the issues I was dealing with at that time was I had lost the feeling, and I still have numbness in my thighs and on this half of my pelvic region. I was going to physical therapy, and the lady looks at me and she goes, "This isn't really helping you. You're way more advanced than this stuff." And I go, "Yeah, I do this every morning." She goes, "Well, what's the real issue?" I said, "The real issue is my pelvic region." And so she said, "Okay, well, there's a woman who works here, and she is a pelvic floor therapist."
So how I met Mike, I met him, his spine was broken and he had partial paralyzation of his pelvic floor area. We help people when they have problems with the most important functions in your life, bowel, bladder, and sexual function.
So one day we're in the middle of therapy and she stops me and she says, "Mike, I feel like you have really dark spirits over you. Can I pray for you?" And I was like, "Pray for me?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, pray for me. I don't really believe in that stuff anymore, but yeah, go ahead, pray for me." So she prays for me. And I was kind of thinking while she's doing it, okay, this is weird, but okay, whatever. So for the next 2 or 3 months, I would go, and then every now and then she would stop me and she'd say, "Hey, can I pray over you?"
I was kind of a little bit disgusted with his personality because he was all about himself and money, and I think the Lord had a lot of work to do in terms of humility with him. He made it very clear that he thought I was crazy, but he let me.
After she stopped one day, and I said, "You are either 100% batshit crazy, or you think all this is real in the spirit world." And she looked at me and she said, "Michael, I am one of the only pelvic floor therapists in Southern California at the time. And when these satanic people and these evil people do their rituals to little girls and women and boys, who do you think puts them back together? I do. It's completely real, and you need to look into it."
My awakening, it didn't happen at church the way that some people find God. I just pretty much had given up my faith, and I'd given up where I was at, and I was just kind of at the point where I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna have the best time I can here, and when I die, that's it.
I still wasn't sure if it wasn't 100% crazy or not, but I was reading these articles and looking at these things, and I was like, I've seen things at parties, I've seen artwork, I've seen statues, I've seen things in some people's houses that just seem to be mimicking occult stuff I'm reading about. So I was like, maybe there is something to this. I'm just gonna say this. I didn't find God because I went to church. I found God because I realized that the Luciferian and the other side, the occult world, was real, and that I had been fooled for all these years, and I then got really scared. I got really scared because this was the first time in my life that I was having to question my own reality. Physically, I was crushed. I wasn't going to be who I was. And spiritually, I mean, if I'm being honest, I didn't know anything about being a Christian. I mean, really. And then professionally, everything that I knew about my career, I was starting to look at in a different way. I was starting to question my career in Hollywood from a different perspective. So I got off of social media and I made an anonymous account. I started reading blogs, looking at articles, I started reading books, I started watching videos online. I just started searching for the truth, and I was finding accounts that were searching for the truth themselves. They weren't mainstream accounts. These were accounts online that I felt like were like me. They were just looking for what the truth was. I didn't believe I was getting the truth from CNN, MSNBC, Fox. I didn't believe any of it. I just wanted to read it, absorb it, and digest it, and trust what my gut told me I was reading. As I did my research, I began to understand there's a very small group of people that influence all the companies that we watch. So they used to call them the Big Six. But Disney just bought Fox, and Disney controls Marvel, and Disney owns Lucas Studios. So look at that giant audience right here. Say a small group of people control the narratives and the content that we all see on all the channels. It makes you feel like, oh, I have lots of choices, but you don't. Who's telling them what to put on those channels? Where does that lead?
Tonight, the FBI is on the case, and they are warning big companies in America to protect their data after a big Hollywood studio got hit by hackers and several blockbuster movies ended up online.
This is the first time the United States has accused a foreign government of a cyber attack against an American corporation.
And this interested me because I worked over at Sony quite a bit during my career, and I actually had to get LifeLock during the Sony hack, so I was curious. I was like, what was this really about? Well, the narrative put out in the public was Seth Rogen and James Franco made a movie about North Korea. And so they were mad, and so they decided to hack Sony to teach them a lesson. That was a public narrative that went out, and that's what I was like, well, that makes sense. You know, I know Seth and I know James, and they're definitely pushed the envelope of comedy, and their sense of humor is definitely their own. And I thought to myself, okay, that makes sense.
And now private emails are going public.
It's a public relations disaster.
But what I found really interesting as I examined the WikiLeaks documents was it showed that the heads of one of our biggest movie studios in America was in direct communication with very important people in our government. It didn't surprise me. I was like, okay, well, either they're friends or there's something more to it. So I never really thought about the government influencing our content or our stories. Could they be influencing our story and our content? Like, these were real questions that I never had asked myself. I just did the jobs. I went to work, I did my job, I did whatever was asked, and went home. Never thought about this stuff. So I was like, I don't really know anybody that can answer these questions. And I reached out to this guy who I'd been watching online. His name was Kevin Shipp. And for those of you who don't know who Kevin Shipp is, he's a CIA whistleblower. He worked in counterintelligence, and he served in many capacities in his tenure at the CIA.
This is The Big Picture, an official television report to the nation from the United States Army.
It was an OSS memo, the precursor to the CIA, where they were doing a study of the use of motion pictures in America as a means of psychological warfare. So it goes all the way back to pre-1947, when U.S. intelligence was using motion pictures to alter the thinking of Americans in the United States.
The morale of our troops is high. The laughter, music, and general entertainment which comes out of a single small package like this one have helped to build that morale.
The CIA is funneling information into Hollywood. Hollywood is putting out in the movies, and the population believes it.
Taxes to bury the Axis.
This document right here is a FOIA document. Anybody in America, anybody can request this. It's Freedom of Information Act. And in the 40s, they were telling you they controlled the radio stations. They controlled most of the mainstream media. They're telling you right here that motion pictures are used as psychological warfare. Why would they stop doing it?
At no time has the CIA engaged in any political activity or any intelligence activity that was not approved at the highest level.
Alan Dulles groomed and recruited Ian Fleming And Dulles and the CIA actually helped Fleming write his books and paint the CIA in a favorable light. And they also, Dulles helped produce Thunderball to make the CIA and agents look like honorable, you know, cool people. The CIA actually helped him write the books and write the script for that movie. And then the president of MPAA was actually providing intelligence to the CIA as an operative in that position in Hollywood.
Mr. Fleming, in your books there's a great amount of detail. Is this detail based on personal experience? Do you make it up? Where does it come from?
Well, I can say it's 90% from personal experience, really. Of course, if I started sticking too close to the espionage, true espionage work of today, I should be in trouble with the Official Secrets Act in England, even supposing I had access to information.
There's no question about the fact that Mockingbird is real. It started out paying journalists in major media, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalists, to print fake stories that the CIA wanted in the press and fake interviews. And this was revealed in the Church Committee.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to a major circulation American journal? We do have people who submit pieces to American journals.
And of course, then the CIA destroyed the rest of the files, which is what they do. George H.W. Bush came out and finally made the statement about Mockingbird. Well, we're going to officially stop the Mockingbird program. The CIA will no longer pay journalists to write stories. From now on, the program is voluntary, which means Mockingbird continues today. When's the last time you've seen a mainstream media outlet do a serious investigative report on the actions of the CIA? There's a reason for that.
This would mean that the CIA could manipulate the news in the United States by channeling it through some foreign country. And we're looking at that very carefully.
You say that continues today?
Well, I would think probably for a reporter it would continue today, but because of all of the revelations of the period of the 1970s, it seems to me that a reporter's got to be much more circumspect in doing it now, or he runs the risk of at least being looked at with considerable disfavor by the public. I think you've got to be much more careful about it.
Platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 There is something about the way the CIA has been functioning that is casting a shadow on our historic position of freedom, and I feel we need to correct it.
Senator Moynihan proposed a bill to dismantle the CIA.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Introduced it twice. The second time was 1995. Ironically, 1 year later in 1996, the CIA established the Entertainment Liaison Office, which was specifically penetrated into Hollywood, and Chase Brandon was actually co-wrote scripts. For example, The Recruit.
We're looking for high horsepower, high energy, very competitive people who are driven by patriotism and a sense of wanting to serve a greater cause.
I am recruiting you. Would I have to kill anyone? Would you like to?
So the CIA was and is in Hollywood, was and is contributing to Hollywood productions and that manipulation.
The Recruit. Nothing is what it seems.
As I started to wake up, I never actually considered that the CIA had an office in Hollywood. And I'm like, well, I see this, I see that. And I started putting feelers out, like, does anybody else see this stuff? And not many people were awake. But the one person that I reached out to was an old colleague of mine, a friend of mine named Brad Martin. And Brad and I had similar careers. We worked our way up through the business together. And I'm like, hey, Brad, you've seen this, you've seen that? And he's like, yeah, for sure. And so that gave me strength. That gave me like, okay, well, I'm not alone in this deal. And I'm going to keep looking.
Let me just say this. Brad's one of the greatest stuntmen I've ever met. Probably the best.
I'm a very physically creative person. I've been doing action for movies for 26, 27 years. I excelled at the action aspect of it, at the physical aspect of doing the fights and doing the gymnastics and doing the falls and doing the driving. I trained really hard and became one of the top stuntmen in the business. I started becoming a fight coordinator, and then a stunt coordinator, and then an action director. Very few people have ever gotten to where I've gotten to, and I'm super proud of what I did. I mean, I had a very idealistic view of the movie business, and I've been disillusioned a few times. It feels very much like there's an agenda in every movie. I realized that it was more of a machine, and it was more of they just needed content to put out there for the masses. I stopped really watching TV. I stopped really watching movies. And one of the reasons why I stopped watching movies is I got into my research and what's going on in the world right now, and all the corruptness and all of the plot twists of reality. And I started realizing that reality is 20 times more interesting than Hollywood. I mean, I was a Hollywood buff. I loved all of those movies, but now they're meaningless, because I know what's going on right now actually has purpose and has a meaning, and there are consequences. And once this story is told on what's happening in the world right now, and all of the powers that be battling each other, it will be the greatest story ever told. Like, for instance, I saw something on History Channel talking about how the CIA helped Disney buy all the swampland in Florida. Well, why on earth would they do that?
His lawyers in charge of purchasing the parcels had served in military intelligence during World War II and knew how to keep a secret. And they used several different companies, none with Disney's name, to acquire the properties.
Now I go down this rabbit hole of what does the CIA have to do with Hollywood, or at least with Disney? Washington, D.C. is definitely in Hollywood. I have seen documents of the DOD and the CIA writing to the studio heads, guiding them in certain fashion. There's a lot of things that people would talk about that are conspiracy theory, but there's some things that ring true with me. It's like, oh wow, that makes a lot of sense.
Another program developed by the CIA after World War II was called Operation Paperclip. It's been depicted in many movies, including Disney's Marvel series.
It's Operation Paperclip after World War II. SHIELD recruited German scientists with strategic value.
Thought I could help their cause.
Operation Paperclip, and this is something people need to know because it has been so covered up and mocked and berated and claimed to be a conspiracy theory. And by the way, the term labeling people as conspiracy theorists was invented by the CIA to deflect any attention over the JFK assassination. They invented that word as a way to shut down any scrutiny or this critical investigation of what they were doing. So they started that whole ball rolling. In terms of Operation Paperclip, it is documented. There's absolutely no question about it. Allen Dulles, CIA director, was an associate of Heinrich Himmler of the Third Reich. So what Dulles proceeded to do when the Third Reich was brought down was he secretly brought all of the top Nazi scientists into the U.S. He falsified their files that he gave to Harry Truman, making them look like there were no war crimes. They brought these Nazi scientists into the CIA to work for the CIA, and that includes the human experiments they conducted on Jewish men, women, and children, and the psychological studies that these Nazi scientists had done. The CIA was using their expertise for these programs through Operation Paperclip, and this was Nazi, much of it occult beliefs that the CIA adopted and actually put these people on their payroll.
One of the programs that came out of Operation Paperclip was MK Ultra. Now, MK Ultra was a very complex program that dealt with human experiments and mind manipulation.
As this 1952 CIA memo says, the aim is controlling an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation.
In the Church Committee, MK Ultra came out as an actual program of mind control using mental, physical, and sexual abuse and psychotropic drugs.
Lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD.
It was one of the first times that anybody had run into a powerful drug that was different than anything else that they knew anything about.
A decision was made at the highest levels of the CIA to do testing on unwitting Americans.
At Ravenscraig, Dr. Cameron went further with drugs and electric shock treatments than any researchers in the MK Ultra project dared. His aim was to wipe the mind clean. Then he would implant new messages by forcing the patient to listen to a hypnotic repetition as many as 250,000 times. This was called psychic driving.
He would give the patient intensive electric treatment. He would attempt to implant new ideas in the mind of the patient.
Now, to a layman, it would appear that Dr. Cameron was trying to take the slate and wipe it clean, the slate being the mind. In other words, brainwashing.
Exactly, that's a very good comparison.
Brainwashing.
Yes, to life.
No. Oh, good heavens.
You're doing fine, just try to describe it. Oh, you don't know, you want to give yourself surgery.
How do you feel inside? Inside? I'm really inside.
Nobody explained it to me. Nobody ever asked me if I was willing to do it or anything.
They put me on sleep treatment. And they kept you asleep for 23 days. And while I was asleep, they were shocking the heck out of me with electric shocks and playing tapes.
Why are you letting responsibility?
It was really like a concentration camp.
What a feeling that is. You mind if I look this way? You look that way. There's nothing for you to watch here, but you're going to talk to me as we go along.
They couldn't go any further because CIA Director Richard Helms destroyed all the CIA's MK Ultra documents, and they had to rely on coached witnesses. So they were never able to dig even deeper. What they got was bad enough. It was never terminated. There's no evidence that it was ever terminated. No documents, no nothing, and not even an admission by the CIA that it's been terminated.
How do you feel?
I'm feeling better, thank you.
Feeling better? Are you sleeping well?
Yes, I'm sleeping better now.
We could disable a whole city by putting a very small amount on a water supply. After all of these years of us, those of us who are involved in looking for this secret drug, this was the only thing that began to look for the first time like it might be something like that.
So MK Ultra was one of the hardest programs for me to wrap my head around because it's a lot of subset programs. And I was really surprised that Brad Martin knew about MK Ultra.
People think that research people are crazy for talking about MK Ultra, mind control. Even if they acknowledge that existed, they go, oh, well, that ended in the 70s. That's a crock of shit.
And perhaps the world's only hope of stopping a sinister assassination plot.
The movie that I did involving that topic was Zoolander.
The fashion industry has been behind every major political assassination over the last 200 years.
I mean, at the time, I was making a comedy and I had no idea what I was involved with. But now looking back on the movie, I'm blown away at just the propaganda.
Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
In a movie like Zoolander, when they're showing you that they're controlling Derek Zoolander's mind through mind control, you realize that they're trying to desensitize you and to make you think that what you're watching is fiction because it's in a comedy.
It's like a mass MK Ultra now. Their purpose is to capture the minds of the people and feed them false history. The CIA is funneling information into Hollywood. Hollywood is putting out in the movies, and the population believes it.
All right, so look, here's the deal. They have been desensitizing us since we were born, and I'll give you some examples. Let's start with the big one. Let's start with words we hear all the time and never even think about. Let's start with the word entertainment. To entertain. What does that mean? To bind or hold. To bind or hold what? An audience's attention. Okay, now let's take the word Hollywood. Where does that come from? Well, Hollywood comes from the holly tree. And the ancient Druids, back in the day, used to take the holly tree, make wands to weave spells, cast spells, or channel spells. And when they needed help, they would consult the magi's or the mediums of the day to help channel their spells to the population. We'll cut to today. What do we have in our houses? We have these black boxes. What are they called? TVs. But if you stop and you say the word television, and when you turn on that television, what do you get? What's the first thing that pops up? A list of channels. And when you turn on those channels, what's on those channels? Programming. They are programming you. They've been programming your whole life. You don't even know it. They do it with your music. They do it with your TV. They do it with your movies. They do it with your games. They have been programming us and programming you since you were little, and you don't even know it because you don't even question it.
Starting in 1900, we entered a previously unimaginable time of modern technology. Advances that allowed the rulers of this world to construct and direct our stories in ways we previously never imagined. As a result, new techniques to control the population were realized. These are the people from the companies that we have trusted to deliver us our news and tell our stories. This has always been about controlling what we as the population think and hear. They help create our culture and influence our society. We as citizens only trust them because as a society, we think that the gatekeepers have our best interest in mind.
The dangerous, edges here are that he's trying to undermine the media, trying to make up his own facts, and it could be that while unemployment and the economy worsens, he could have undermined the messaging so much that he can actually control exactly what people think, and that is our job. That is our job. That is our job. Our job.
As I was researching, I found that most of the early communication companies were developed for shipping or aviation. And a lot of the men that started these companies were commissioned by the military during World War I and World War II. Many of these men worked for the Army and Navy intelligence services along with the OSS, which we know became the CIA. There were many examples of these men becoming the heads or founders of some of the biggest motion picture and media companies before and after their government or military service. I wanted to know how many of the media companies in today's world connected back to Washington. So I started looking. It was like a family tree. The connections between our government personnel and the media corporations was unbelievable. Google, Amazon, Netflix, Twitter, CNN, ABC. So what would happen if all these companies had the same political ideology or agenda? We as this population like to hear people confirm our confirmation biases. We like to hear people tell us that we're right. We don't like to be wrong. And we believe that the people on the media and the people that we're listening to have our best interests in mind. The problem is what if they don't? So if you stop and think about it, they can place any agenda on the population that they choose.
I think that Hollywood is teaching bad morals. to the youth of this country, as well as adults. Desensitizing of violence to the masses. You can't deny that. My kids have seen so many people get killed in very violent ways.
3 times as much gun violence now.
And the sex that's in PG-13 movies.
Why?
Every Disney movie, there's a major character, usually a parent, that gets killed. Trauma to the child. Why? It's so horrible. What a bad story. Why do you need to start a story with a parent dying? Always. It's so sad.
Under MK Ultra, they experimented on children. We were even taught this in psychophysiology program that if you get to a child between ages 1 and 6 or 1 or 8, especially with sexual abuse or sexual trauma, you will split their personality and they will be imprinted the rest of their life. And many times that results in split personalities and dissociative behavior and other things.
These occult topics are being introduced to our kids, and most parents aren't even aware of it. So the biggest surge with this occult type material took place in the late 60s and the early 70s with movies like The Exorcist, Amityville Horror, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween, and Roman Polanski's Rosemary's Baby. And coincidentally, this same time period, it parallels the rise of the Church of Satan in Los Angeles, and it was founded by a guy named Anton LaVey.
So it is done.
When I was a police officer, we had cases of satanic cults right in Arlington, Virginia. Those have been around for decades. They're in the high schools, they're in the colleges, they're in the government, and they're in Hollywood.
I got to meet people like Sammy Davis and that kind of shit. Sammy told me he worshiped the devil. Sammy was like, you know, Satan is as powerful as God. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He says, why do you think there's so much anger in the world and killing and murder and Satan? And he saw my reaction to it, then he kind of lightened up on it. And he was like, the Dantana is dark, and it's the candles on the table and Sammy's face over the candle. You know, Satan is as powerful as God.
From our point of view, it really makes no difference whether you pray to a father god or to a mother goddess or to an entire gaggle of gods and goddesses.
Michael Aquino was a high-level officer in the National Security Agency. He was and is, you'll see him today, a practicing Satanist. He created the Satanic Temple of Set, which he still runs. He was a high-level NSA officer. He's a member of the association I used to be in, the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, AFIO. He's a member of that. He's plugged in big time to the intelligence community, and he wrote a paper called Mind War. And Mind War was about psychological operations against populations, including the domestic population, using Satanist techniques and tools.
Aquino was first involved in MK Ultra operations during the Vietnam War as part of the Phoenix program.
No, first I've been involved in intelligence and psychological operations for about 40 years in all levels of it and across the intelligence community.
You are a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army.
Correct.
Now, and how does the Army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
The Army has known about my religion for the entire span of my Army career, which began in 1968. The Army has paid very little attention to it, the same as it would to anybody who was, say, a follower of Hinduism or of Buddhism or any other slightly unusual religion today.
He was occupied a position at the Presidio, which was a training facility for the U.S. government, and it was uncovered that he was running a pedophile ring. I think 50 kids came out and fingered him as the guy that had done sexual acts on them as children. It went to trial. He walked from the trial successfully because he had a good attorney, despite the fact that there were multiple witnesses that said Aquino, through satanic rituals, had abused them as children. There's no question that he's a practicing Satanist. Just watch any one of his interviews.
On this altar is one of a number of daggers, which we may use in our rituals. This one happened to belong to the commanding general of the most elite unit of Germany's infamous SS, which was concerned with black magic and occultism research in general. Anything that it could find that had to do with the origins of the human race, destiny of humanity.
The perverted view of the occult held by Heinrich Himmler was of an evil magic that could help create a new master race. Wewelsburg Castle is where he performed his ceremonies.
I have been to the Wewelsburg, which still preserves Heinrich Himmler's ritual chambers to this day, and have conducted a black magical ritual in the so-called Hall of the Dead beneath the Wewelsburg. This particular dagger is inscribed to our comrade in the Leibstandarte Theodor Wisch, Brigadeführer, a Major General in the Waffen-SS. And on its blade, it bears the inscription, Mein Ehre heißt Treu, or my honor shall be known by my faithfulness.
Aquino's thesis stated that enemy populations could be subdued by inflicting a state of psychological terror and feelings of imminent destruction. He discusses the use of psychotronic weapons and electromagnetic weapons that influence the mind. By extremely low-frequency signals, piggybacked on broadcasts of radio, TV, or microwave communications in order to influence and manipulate the thoughts and feelings of the target population. These ongoing MKUltra operations are functioning as a counterinsurgency and infiltration operation aimed at destabilizing the United States and other industrialized nations.
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
History will judge the role of the CIA and other intelligence agencies in unwittingly contributing to the counterculture of the 60s through their intense interest in LSD and other hallucinogenics. But for the moment at least, the argument can be made that the CIA helped usher in the age of Aquarius.
Laurel Canyon was the epitome of the summer of love. I mean, we saw the possibility of the way we could live.
It's odd because in Laurel Canyon, so many of the soon-to-be stars there, their parents were in either the military-industrial complex or intelligence or the Pentagon. In Frank Zappa's case, his dad was working at Edgewood Arsenal, where they were doing biochem studies, psychotropic, and exposing U.S. troops to VX nerve gas and other things. The family kept gas masks in their house. He grew up with that in case there was an accident. And Edgewood Arsenal was doing very similar, related MKUltra projects on U.S. troops. The Gulf of Tonkin is another prime example. The commander of the Gulf Fleet in the Gulf of Tonkin, his son was Jim Morrison. They claimed the USS Maddox was attacked by Vietnamese vessels. It was never attacked. As a matter of fact, they put ghost ships on the radar to make it look like they were Vietnamese ships. The Maddox was never attacked. It was an actual, literal false flag to enable the U.S. to declare war on Vietnam. So Jim Morrison's dad was involved in the false flag of the Gulf of Tonkin.
After talking to Kevin, I started looking into Laurel Canyon. I drove down Laurel Canyon to Hollywood almost daily when I first moved out there, and I never knew that there was an old Air Force base called Lookout Mountain U.S. Air Force Base at the top of Laurel Canyon. And what's funny is, if you do the history of it, it's owned today by a guy named Jared Leto.
Another tactic developed out of the MKUltra project was the use of compromise and control via honeypots.
The decision was made to do testing on unwitting victims. It was decided they should be on the fringes of society because they were most vulnerable.
We did quite a study of prostitutes and their behavior. How do you take a woman who is willing to use her body to get money out of a guy to get him to talk about things which are much more important, like state secrets? We learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom. we started to pick up knowledge that could be used in operations.
There would be victims in all of this. As one agency memo says, we have no answer to the moral question.
That's one of the CIA's favorite tactic, are honeypots. And I work with CIA psychologists, and they're dirty.
I always felt that every house should have its own secret panel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. You lift this up.
Mm-hmm. This is a trap door. Opens up and looks into the cave, or what time is called the Wu Grotto.
Oh, boy.
They're running blackmail operations where they're getting very well-known government and private industry elite people in compromising positions at the Playboy Mansion, on Epstein's plane, on Orgy Island, and they're photographing them. And after that, it's like Congressman so-and-so or CEO so-and-so. I wouldn't bring that up if I was you, because we got photographs of you with a 14-year-old girl on Epstein's plane, for example. And you talk about shutting somebody up permanently, that's how they do it.
What happens in the grotto stays in the grotto.
Okay.
Look, it's pretty simple if you think about it. To control the population, you have to control the people messaging the population. Some of these stars have 20, 30 million followers. That's more followers than CNN, Fox, ABC, NBC. These people have to be controlled. They can't just go off a message and start saying whatever they want to say. They have to be somewhat reined in. They have to be controlled, or they do not get the platform to have the voice that they have.
Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. And by the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hard-working people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hard-working people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't care about you at all, at all, at all. Man, you know? And nobody seems to notice, nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on, the fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
If you stop for a second and you just look at the bigger picture and you check out for a minute and you kind of compare the ancient times to today, well, back then they had like what, demigods and gods. They were like Achilles, Hercules, Apollo, Mercury. All these were demigods. And that's who the people in those days looked up to. Well, today we have all these people like Jay-Z, Rihanna, Beyonce, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry. In film, we have Brad Pitt, Will Smith. We have all these big stars. And the way they prop them up and they put them up on stage is like they're gods or demigods.
In this room are some of the most important TV and film executives in the world, people from every background, but they all have one thing in common. They're all terrified of Ronan Farrow. He's coming for you. He's coming for you. Look, talking of all you perverts, it was a big year. It was a big year for paedophile movies. Surviving R. Kelly, Leaving Neverland, Two Popes. Shut up. Shut up. I don't care. I don't care.
Most people don't want to cross the psychological line that this stuff is going on. And we all have a mental defense mechanism. It's like finally admitting there's an elite pedophile ring. I mean, most people just don't want to go there. And the same is here. Psychologically, you lose your safety, your security, and whatever innocence you have when you realize that this stuff is really going on. And it's It's a chore to cross over that barrier and realize, oh my gosh, this stuff is really happening. And that's why it takes critical thinking. The people have got to look at this stuff critically and see what they're being fed so they can cross that psychological line that they just refuse to see it when it's right in front of them.
When Kevin said there's an elite pedophile ring, well, I'm thinking to myself, this is a hard thing for me to come to terms with. Now, it made me start thinking about conversations and things I'd heard, but I'd never saw it. It's not out in the open. And to me, I was like, no one could do that. Because, I mean, if I saw someone hurting a kid, I would kill them. I mean, I would literally kill them. I would never allow someone to hurt a child in front of me. Things Kevin was saying were things that were hard for me to cross the barrier. I did not want to believe it. I didn't want to go there. But as I went down this journey, I forced myself to go consider, what if this is real? And the only person that was talking about this stuff was a girl named Liz Crokin. And the media had declared her completely out of her mind. But as I started researching some of the things she was reporting on, I was like, there's truth to what she's saying. So I want to talk to her.
I started working in journalism at a very young age. I got my first job working for Fox Chicago at about the age of 17 years old. At the University of Iowa, I studied political science and journalism. One semester, I interned for Bill O'Reilly at Fox News Channel. My last year in college, I interned for the State Department's White House reporter, and that placed me reporting in the White House every single day for a few months. I went on to work for the Chicago Tribune, and my first boss there told me that everything that I should get should be checked over and over and over again and verified to death. That's how I was trained, and that's what a true, honest journalist does. I started covering local politics and local hard news, and then eventually I got my own column for 7 years where I interviewed tons of celebrities and politicians and musicians, and worked at Us Weekly, and then at one point I worked at In Touch Weekly magazine. But then in 2015, I felt the need to get back into covering hard news, and in early 2016 I started working for Town Hall, and then eventually I started working for the New York Observer and broke a lot of election related stories. I worked in media for over 2 decades, and I never had any issues. I was very well respected. I basically was embraced by the mainstream media until I started reporting on Pizzagate. Now, when Pizzagate came out, the media tried to turn Pizzagate into something that wasn't.
Surprises of the presidential campaign was the explosion of fake news on the internet.
28-year-old Edgar Welch was arrested in Washington Sunday afternoon outside Comet Ping Pong, a popular family pizza parlor. D.C. police say Welch fired at least 1 round into the restaurant floor with an AR-15 rifle like this one on his Facebook page. No one was injured.
Someone on Twitter, whose name remains unverified but has several thousand followers, posted that new emails found on Anthony Weiner's computer confirmed that Hillary Clinton was involved in a pedophilia ring. The rumor spread, inspiring some newfound internet sleuths to start digging around in John Podesta's hacked emails, searching for proof and location of the so-called sex ring.
In those emails, they are absolutely littered with code words, and many of these code words are food words such as pizza.
Somebody said to me, "Hey Dave, search for pizza in Podesta's emails. And once you go down that rabbit hole, you never really emerge the same person."
It was obvious from the get-go that these words were code words for something else, because the context that they were used in did not make sense.
To be clear, not one single email in the Podesta emails discusses child sex trafficking or pedophilia. That is a fact. But there are dozens of what seem to be strangely worded emails dealing with pizza and handkerchiefs. Investigators say that those words in the emails about pizza and the talk of handkerchiefs is code language used by pedophiles.
There is some kind of code language. They're just not talking about pizza, folks. Who phrases that? Who blocks out an hour of time to eat a slice of pizza?
You can get a service for a half an hour, you can get a massage for a half an hour, but you can't get food for a half an hour. It just absolutely makes no sense.
There's other ones like, the realtor found a handkerchief. I think it has a map that seems pizza related. And another one is, Obama spent $65,000 flying in pizza and hot dogs from Chicago. Are we using the same channels?
Pizza is a well-known pedophile code word that actually has been used by law enforcement to arrest online sexual predators of children. And there's been multiple arrests that have been made by law enforcement of pedophiles trying to solicit children by using the pedophile code word pizza.
2007 unclassified FBI document. That document, according to the FBI, contains commonly used symbols by pedophiles to express their preference in children. Notice this one on the end, the triangle. That image signifies something called boy love. The pizza place next door to Comet Ping Pong Pizza, Besta Pizza, well, this was their logo until only a few weeks ago.
People don't know that because the mainstream media refuses to cover it.
The entire mainstream media redefined what Pizzagate was to make it sound ridiculous and less believable. And then they had people like Megyn Kelly come in, interview James Alefantis, didn't ask him any challenging questions.
A conspiracy theory that even the DC police say has no basis in fact.
She didn't ask him any questions about the pictures of children on his Instagram page looking abused, being sexualized. She didn't ask him about the pedophile talk. So the whole mainstream media painted him as this poor victim, as this person that was innocent, that was just victimized, as something that wasn't true. But just his Instagram page alone should have been enough for authorities to look into him.
Investigators have already proven there's nothing to the story, right? Well, actually, no. And that's what you need to know. For all that is here, there has not been one single public investigation of any of this. Not from local police, not from the FBI, no one. And that has to be the big question. Not for Podesta or for pizza parlor owners, but for law enforcement. Based on what may be or may not be here, the big question is, why hasn't any investigation taken place?
This is insane.
So many people in the mainstream media have said Pizzagate is a conspiracy theory. Pizzagate has been debunked. It has not been debunked. If it's been debunked, explain the code words. No one to this day, including John Podesta himself, can explain the code words in his emails.
Hey, John Podesta, can you please explain why you have children rented for entertainment for your adult hot tub parties? No one has ever explained why John Podesta has literal pedophile and cannibalism paintings all over his office and his home. Tony Podesta too. And then you look into the Spirit cooking dinners, and you look into Marina Abramovic, who's the one that was conducting the Spirit cooking dinners. Why are they going to Spirit cooking dinners? Why are they sacrificing chickens to Moloch in their backyard? This isn't my words, this is their words. This is in their emails.
I'd be willing to debate anyone who thinks that Pizzagate has been debunked.
You asked me when how am I getting additional briefings? That was the first and last time I talked.
So October 9th is the last time you have heard from the FBI at all?
Yes.
You have not got an update on the investigation to your personal email?
That is correct.
So not only did the mainstream media lie to you about Pizzagate, they actually told you that it was illegal to read John Podesta's emails on WikiLeaks. Chris Cuomo, with a straight face on CNN, looked into the cameras and said, it's illegal for you to read John Podesta's emails.
Also interesting is, remember, it's illegal to possess
these stolen documents. It's different for the media. So everything you learn about this, you're learning from us.
That's how scared they are of those emails, and that's how explosive the content in those emails are. That they felt the need that they had to tell you you could not read those emails, and if you do, you might get arrested. Lie.
It's different for the media. So everything you learn about this, you're learning from us.
People that blow the whistle on elite pedophiles tend to have accidents, and a lot of those people have died mysteriously.
NBC News has learned that disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein is dead. Epstein took his own life while he was behind bars.
There's absolutely no excuse for this. What happened here, to me, is mind-boggling. The guy was a high-risk prisoner, wasn't he? I mean, he's a guy that there are probably 50 very important people that have a motive to kill him. We don't even know who they are. It's true. But we know there are some people that are in a lot of trouble because of Epstein. They know who they are.
His flight logs contain names of some of the biggest, most famous, and most powerful people on the planet. Members of the royal family, Prince Andrew, models like Naomi Campbell, famous actors like Kevin Spacey, Bill Clinton on those flight logs over 25 times. Hillary Clinton, she's also been to the islands. So the bigger question is, how many people that went on his private jet, that went to his private island, that went to his massive ranch in New Mexico were also involved in the rape, torture, and trafficking of children?
It hides in plain sight. Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing. But we had no one that was, legal aspect that would go after him. They were afraid of him. For whatever reason, they were afraid of him.
And the amazing thing about Cindy McCain is that her husband was a senator. She was on a board with the governor of Texas. She knew about Jeffrey Epstein. She did nothing. And her organization, the role of her organization is supposed to be to stop people like Jeffrey Epstein. They all knew. They did nothing about it. When Ricky Gervais said at the Golden Globes, "You're all friends with Jeffrey Epstein," he wasn't lying.
So in the end, he obviously didn't kill himself, just like Jeffrey Epstein. Shut up. I know he's your friend, but I don't care. You like to make your own way here in your own plane, didn't you? Right. But
and how many of those elites have been to his islands? Not only is the mainstream media complicit, I would argue that there are accessories in the crimes against children.
She told me everything. She had pictures, she had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton, we had everything. I tried for 3 years to get it on, to no avail, and now it's all coming out, and it's like these new revelations, and I freaking had all of it. I'm so pissed right now. Like, every day I get more and more pissed because I'm just like, oh my God, what we had was unreal. Brad Edwards, the attorney, 3 years ago saying, there will come a day when we will realize Jeffrey Epstein was the most prolific pedophile this country has ever known. And I had it all 3 years ago.
Then what happened in early 2018? Keith Raniere, who ran the NXIVM child sex trafficking cult, was arrested. Who else was arrested? Allison Mack. She's a famous celebrity who was on Smallville. She was also arrested for being a member of this cult that was involved in trafficking children. And not only trafficking children, they were running preschools down in Mexico. And NXIVM is another example of how these elite pedophile rings exist, because this was a massive organization. This was funded by really wealthy people, including the Seagram heiresses, Nancy Salzman and Claire Bronfman. So obviously they were using those preschools to traffic children. And the cult also engaged in human torture experiments on some of their members. And there actually was a civil lawsuit that was filed by 90 of their victims just the other day. So I imagine we are going to hear more about the human experiments, the torturing, the sexual abuse, and the child sex trafficking in this civil lawsuit. And a lot of the techniques that we see in this cult are very similar to the techniques that our government used in the MK Ultra program.
You guys are branding women with Keith's initials, and they were like, well, what's the bad thing exactly about that? Everyone in the outside world, aka the real world, is like, they're branding women? So I left, I went to the executive board and I said, I want my photos back, I want my videos back, the branding session was filmed, I want all of that back, I want my collateral back. None of that happened.
And it's the same fear, mind control, and you'll be destroyed if you get into the upper elites. And if you get to that point, if you start revealing anything, they have the same system to completely destroy you, destroy your career, blackmail you like Epstein, catch you, film you in compromising positions. And this goes both within Hollywood and celebrities and some of the elite, and it also goes on in Congress and the Senate. And if they even insinuate that they're going to reveal some of these things, they're done.
A lot of people here tonight felt like they lost. You know why? Because y'all been lied to. Google lied to you. Google. Facebook lied to you. Radio lied to you.
The powerful people that be, whether it's the music industry or the movie industry, you are only allowed a certain level of success if you are willing to join their club, if you're willing to be part of their secret society, or if you're compromised. They will not let someone obtain a lot of fame and power if they can't control you.
A classic example, at least for me, is Katy Perry. Katy Perry was a gospel singer, very talented, but she was going nowhere. And she got up to Hollywood, and basically they said, you want to be a success? You play by our rules. You step into the occult, and you start putting that in your videos. And now she's doing videos with her in hell, with satanic themes, and she's what? Highly successful. You see that over with Lady Gaga, who came out and actually said she was so tired of being handled and manipulated, she had to take a break.
That this is this young, outrageous girl, wears strange clothes. She's into extremes. She's experimental. She have 43 million people on the Twitter following her, whatever she do, little monsters. And she came really very humble to my house and asked me if I can teach her. We made this workshop in the woods, and she was such a good student. She never cheated. She really went much farther than I asked her for.
She is a limitless human being. As myself, a self-proclaimed pop performance artist, want to go home and slit my wrists, and I am nothing. I have achieved no sense of art. She is so boundless.
Čuli za performance zbog Lady Gaga, odjednom su počeli da se interesuju za moj rad, tako da je prešla sam iz te, mislim, normalne kulture u mas kulturu, što je...
Marina Abramovic, of course, is in the Podesta emails, and she's the one that conducts the spirit cooking dinners. She said that Marina did an exercise with her where she stripped her completely naked and left her in the middle of the woods to fend for herself and find her way back. Those are the kinds of things that people who are behind the MK Ultra programs do to children that they're mind controlling. We know Marina Abramovic is a Satanist. You Google Marina Abramovic's name in spirit cooking and you will find hundreds of pictures of Marina Abramovic's events where they will have, for example, a cake that looks like a human being and they'll depict human cannibalism. And they claim they're not engaging in cannibalism. And you will find A-list actors and famous politicians and other very famous and successful, powerful business people at her events. They literally have food that look like human beings on dinner tables.
He's Italian and Greek. I mean, you know,
And a very good cook.
And a very good cook. And I'm sure there's something very nefarious about that risotto recipe. So
after I started researching the cult, I learned that Satanists believe that they have to reveal who they are in some way, shape, or form. So that is why we see a lot of these occult members in Hollywood constantly flaunting symbolism. We see the pyramid, the Illuminati pyramid a lot. We see the evil one eye constantly. It's always on the cover of magazines. We see these are supposed to be the 666 devil symbols. We constantly see those symbols. We also see pedophile symbols, the swirl or the triangle within a triangle.
I guarantee this wasn't his first.
And we also see a lot of these members of the cult go on their social media and they talk about raping children. They talk about worshiping Satan. And people write it off as a joke, but they're not joking. I don't care if you're a major comedian. You can't tell me that's funny, because there is no joke about raping children that's funny.
You don't know what that is.
I have no idea.
You don't know. Jimmy Fallon doesn't know. David Letterman doesn't know.
We don't know.
All the comics and show business don't know what this is.
Takes guts to put out a film that does this, because no one's done it up until now. But when that's done and people see these facts and they say, my gosh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that about the Gulf of Tonkin. I didn't know that about the Vietnam War. My gosh. And they go in and they check it out and it's all true. And now they're seeing the dots. A good film will teach them how to practice critical thinking, to analyze what you're watching. If we can get people to analyze what they're watching, we've crossed a huge hurdle, because once they start analyzing it, they're going to see the dots, and typically the dots will connect themselves.
Liz Crokin put herself so far out in front that she was mocked. She was laughed at. She was called crazy. Well, let me ask you a question. For all those people that did that to Liz, does she seem so crazy now?
When you put all of those facts together and you use critical thinking, you realize this stuff is real. There's not one smoking gun. There's many small smoking guns that you have to piece together, and you have to use critical thinking to understand this stuff is real. So again, the bigger question is, now that Jeffrey Epstein's been exposed and he's allegedly dead, how many of his friends that were frequent visitors on his sex trafficking islands were also involved in the rape, torture, and trafficking of children? And that's what Pizzagate is.
I guess what I'm asking you all to do is just disconnect for a second, stand back, look at the lyrics of your songs, look at the agendas of the movies, look at the messages of the media that you're absorbing. Because it's impossible to say that all of it's bad, like all of Hollywood's bad. That's not true. Like, it's like saying all of the CIA is bad. There's a lot of good people that work in both industries that aren't bad people. But if the people that control the narratives and the agendas are not good people, and they have different agendas, they can put that on you and you won't even notice it unless you stand back and look at things objectively.
I can't compromise anymore. For me, that's not what life's about. I want to send a good message to my kids, and I want them to know that at the end of the day, their dad did what was right. And their dad fought for the good things in life. If I could ever get the opportunity to make movies that send out good messages, and then people start realizing that they can be good, and that they can jump on the bandwagon of good, that's the next phase. People start believing it. It's the same thing with desensitizing with the violence. People start believing that it's okay to kill somebody, or watching somebody die isn't a big deal. When people aren't helping other people in need on the streets, there's a problem in this world. But this could all be changed right now. The reason why I'm doing this documentary is because I want to be one of the first people to come out and say, hey, it doesn't have to be like this. We are good people. Humans are good, and we can make the world a better place. Because the money and the technology to make this world a better place is there. It's just been covered up and controlled for so long that it's time for it all to come out. And maybe I'm the catalyst for something better.
What does the media look like in the future? Well, to me, what I would hope is that it's not filtered. I would love to build a platform or build some sort of system where artists could connect directly to their audience. I want to make products and tell stories that bring humanity together, that bring compassion, that bring love, that bring forgiveness, that bring inspiration and courage back to the audience without having the influence of violence or gratuitous sex or gratuitous death or gratuitous horror. Because those are things and images that get stored in our psyche and our soul, and I don't think that's the way that this earth was intended to be.
Boy, ain't that the truth. The truth is learned, never told.
Exactly.
Yeah,
What's one of our major catchphrases, Wingnut? With great knowledge comes
great sorrow. Yeah, the last part of that was a bit difficult for me to sit through. I mean, I know she's right, and I know there's a lot of misinformation around all that, but it's that sort of misinformation that has turned out to be a bigger challenge for those of us who actually fight against that. I mean, to be quite honest, I don't think that if Pizzagate had gotten blown out of proportion like it did, Tim Ballard wouldn't have had the run that he did to get OUR off the ground. It's the same kind of fear porn, like you put it in the chat. I mean, yeah, it happens all day, every day, everywhere.
Well,
and, yeah, I have to agree that the CIA is the #1 trafficker because they're the ones that are connected to everybody that's doing the trafficking for them. All right, I'll show you.
No, you're fine, Wingnut. You're fine. Well, gentlemen, I'll tell you, I hate to leave on a depressing note, but we are pushing 5 hours on this.
Right. Well, I've got my final thoughts already lined up in the form of a video.
Okie dokie. You want to go ahead and share that up, and then Father Larry, I'll come back to you, and then we'll close her out.
I'm kind of interested to see how Father Larry responds to this.
Okay. Go ahead and share her up, and we'll get her.
You haven't. And you told me you haven't seen it yet, so.
No, I haven't.
Let's have some fun with this.
Here we go.
I'm from the U.S. government. Does something feel wrong in the world, but you can't put your finger on it? Are you yearning to fight injustice and be part of something bigger? Do you do your own research? If so, you've been chosen to participate in our new PSYOP, QAnon. PSYOPs are usually carried out by our intelligence agencies in countries we've invaded or whose governments we've overthrown, in order to convince the local population that we're there to help them. QAnon is just like that, except the target isn't a foreign population. It's you. And the government we're planning to overthrow is Follow the White Rabbit. At the heart of this PSYOP is Q, a government insider who will give you advance warning about major events, like the arrest of Hillary and deep state leaders, which never happened, and the end of the Democratic Party in 2018, who actually went on to win the House that year. And if years of fake predictions start to get you down, don't worry. Trust the plan. The best part of this PSYOP is you'll believe you're in a PSYOP, except that's not the PSYOP you're actually in, but the PSYOP where we let you think you're in a PSYOP. PSYOPception. All we have to do is tell Il Duce to say tip top next to a white rabbit. Q-proof. Joining QAnon is easy because at its core there are some truths. Like, the media really does lie to you. There really are powerful predators out there, and there really is a global pedophile ring that ritually abuses kids. But as you follow Q's droppings, you'll gradually LARP yourself deep into the rabbit's rectum, where you'll find others who yearn to fight injustice just like you. The 5G crew, the Plandemic crowd, the FEMA camps, and chemtrail folks too. All LARP together into a single LARP we can control. Where we LARP one, we LARP all. In exchange for all this entertainment and newfound sense of purpose, all we ask for in return is your help. No, you fucking idiots, not to arrest Hillary. You see, we have no intention of ceding power at this election. So if it looks like we're winning on election night, we'll declare victory, even though millions of votes are still being counted. And if we're losing, we'll declare the election rigged. Either way, that's your cue to get in the streets and prevent further mail-in ballots from being counted. Just like what happened in Florida when rioters shut down the recount of the 2000 election. Among those rioters was this fuckwit, the same one who is now urging us to declare martial law should we lose the election. And among the lawyers who helped to stop the recount was the same one we're pushing hard to appoint to the Supreme Court right now. Coincidence? Follow the white fuckwit. All this should alarm patriots. Except Q has convinced patriots, even the guy who spent decades warning you about the police state and martial law, that martial law is now a good thing. The only thing that can ruin our plan to repeat 2000 is if there's an overwhelming voter turnout against us, which is why we've been doing all we can to deregister millions of you, purge voter rolls, and close polling stations to make voting as hard as possible. What's that? When do we take down the deep state? Aw, honey. The guy who exposed the real deep state is being tortured by it right now. And where are you? Oh, that's right. Q told you to trust the plan and have a big circle jerk on Aiken. The Great Awakening. And that's the purpose of QAnon, to convince those who would normally be on the front line of fighting our shitfuckery to sit by and watch as we prosecute your truth tellers, purge your justice system, and rat fuck this election. QAnon. Nothing can stop what's coming, because you'll be sitting on your ass when it does. Authorized by the Department for executing the biggest intelligence drop in U.S. history.
I thought you'd like that, Tom.
Hell no. Wow.
I was going through my computer files on one of my hard drives, and I stumbled across that. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna dust that fucker off. Pardon my language.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So yeah, that's my closing thoughts.
Alrighty then. Well,
quite a closing thought.
Or final thoughts, whatever. But yeah, that's where I stand, and that's why I had to go ahead and play it. I wasn't sure if I was going to share it tonight or not, but at the end of everything we looked at tonight, with all the psyops that have been run from every freaking direction, why not that one too?
right. We'll just throw it all out there. It'll all shake out in the wash.
Right.
Wow. 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 So, Father Larry.
My final thoughts for the evening. There's part of me that just simply wishes this was all a bad dream. But it doesn't, a bad dream doesn't last as long. You wake up from it. And right now, we don't seem to be able to wake up from what's going on. And that it's been bad for much longer than we've ever realized. You know, going back decades, if not centuries. And in my mind, we have a big job to do. And it's going to take, as some of the video alluded to, it's going to take a couple generations. But we have to have in our heart God and doing what's right. You know, everybody thinks that, not everyone, a number of people think that they say a prayer and the response is something that God's going to intervene from up above, and where God doesn't normally work that way. He puts people in your lives that do the work. And I hope and pray that what happens in my life is God's work. Because there is so much work to do. And we need to inspire the next generation to keep it going, this work. And then we can have a world that lives the right way. It's going to take a lot of work, folks. So pray. That's it.
Amen. Amen.
Well, I would throw out there, Father Larry, in that God lives in each one of us. And the answer to the riddle is pretty simple. Start living for God. If you really want to take a stand, you really want to start doing something about the corruption, about the evil in the world, take your stand by living your life for God. You're going to take a lot of abuse. You're going to take a lot of ridicule. You're going to take a lot of evil attacks. Stand your ground. God didn't say it was going to be easy. He just said it was going to be worth it. You know, be vigilant. Exactly. Be vigilant. Pay attention to what's going on around you. Don't buy into the indoctrination. Question. Don't be afraid to question.
Question everything.
Exactly.
If it's good, it'll show itself.
Food for thought. Food for thought. If you have a question in your mind and you're in an environment where you're concerned about the reactions of those around you, if you vocalize that question, and the question is in reference to the group that you're in or associated with, you might be in a cult. Just saying. That's one of the signs.
Exactly.
I have to throw out there, folks, it's going to be a brash way of putting it. Lord forgive me, but this is a brash way of putting it. But adopt that no F given. Adopt it.
Yep.
Don't censor yourself. Say what's on your mind. We spent too many years coddling other people. We spent too many years keeping our mouths shut. This is the result.
You shall know
of
them
keeping
by
your mouth shut.
You shall know them by their fruits. And
we're all guilty of it.
Tom, you and I had a conversation about freedom of speech. And I'm like, yeah, but I can see where it would be advantageous to be respectful in your freedom of speech. Just because you think it doesn't mean you got to say it. And you pointed out, yeah, but if somebody says what they're thinking, they don't filter themselves. It lets me know who they are and whether or not I even want to associate with them. I'm like, that's a good point. It's a damn good point.
Here's a sad thing that I noticed. You already know who, oh, hell, what's his face? He does the street interviews. Mark Dice.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't only hit liberals. Do you know how many conservatives are out here wanting to censor speech. And it has really,
it's
really,
shocking.
it has really ramped up since this Israel-Palestine thing has come up.
Right.
And it is a sad thing to see. If you're going to have a right to speak your mind, what makes you think that somebody else shouldn't have the right to speak theirs?
That's
You
true.
know, you may not agree with them, but that's not what free speech is about. It's about debate. It's about having different points of view. It's about having different beliefs.
Right. And whether or not you can set some of those things aside to join on a common mission.
Right.
Because
The
there
best
might
way
be
to start a
a
Go
few
ahead.
factors that are toxic enough you don't even want to be near them.
The best way to start a conversation with somebody that disagrees with you is never attack the individual, attack the idea.
Amen.
Personal attacks, you've lost the debate. If you have to personally attack somebody, you have lost your debate.
Now, out of curiosity, if somebody says something, like say you're having a debate, and they're in degrades to personal attack, and I'm only mentioning this because this is what I've done, rather than maybe it's probably considered passive aggressive, but rather than throwing mud back at them, I would just be like, oh, well, that reminds me of blah, blah, blah. You know, that reminds me of an ex-girlfriend's Democrat lesbian sister. That's something she used to say and do. You know, rather than attacking the individual, comparing them to somebody else that I had found disagreeable in the past.
Well,
and that might be a bit passive aggressive, but when you're comparing them to somebody who's allegedly ideologically on the other side of the fence, you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
In my experience, what I do, especially on social media, because you got all sorts of keyboard heroes out there.
Oh, no doubt.
But in my personal experience, what I do, number one, when I'm going to have a debate with somebody, I take my emotion out. My emotion is set aside. I'm arguing the substance of the debate.
Right.
But if they personally attack me, oh, you're a dumb SOB, you're just a truck driver, you're a high schooler, whatever it may be. Okay. Question your intelligence, question your beliefs, whatever it may be. I don't attack back. What I will do is I will stop and I will point out. That's very interesting because your argument obviously isn't holding water if you cannot articulate. Maybe you need to step back and think about what you're typing or what you're saying before you say it. Because I haven't personally attacked you. Why did you feel a need to personally attack me? Is your argument that weak? And point it out to them. Is your argument really that weak that you cannot argue with me and give a legitimate logical answer? Or has logic left the building? Now you're dealing in emotion. And if you're dealing in emotion, that's never a way to settle a dispute, is not through emotional means. It's through logical means. Even wars are settled not through emotion, but through logical compromise. That's how they're settled. And I will try my darndest to point that out to them. Typically, they don't back down. They'll keep up. And at that point, you just disengage. Look, okay, you believe what you want to believe. Have at it. But you lost the debate. And leave. Right. Just leave right there and then. Don't sit there and argue with them. Just leave. But that comes back to let God shine through you. Live that life for God. Remember, love your enemy. As hard as it is, love your enemy.
Right.
Walk away. Now if they physically are trying to attack you, I'm not telling you walk away at all. You stand your ground. You meet force with force, equal force. But
I find that to be a case by case situation, actually.
Exactly. Pick your battle.
But on that note, in the past, whenever I've tried to start up a new relationship with a gal, I'd be like, all right, I'm just going to tell you right now, up front, from the get go, if we have a disagreement, which I know is going to happen, put two people together long enough, it's going to happen. That's just life. But if I try to walk away and you try to follow me, I will give you a second warning. But if you start following me a third time, or if I'm trying to walk away that third time, and you start following me, we are going to have issues.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you that right now. So if I tell you I need to put a pause on it and walk away, you just need to let it lay. There are reasons why I am single and happy.
Exactly. Exactly. But
that dispassionate approach is probably why Reddit doesn't have ground to ban me. Well said.
You're right. That's always the best method that I've found. And just remember that old adage, you attract more flies with honey than you do vinegar.
True that.
So just keep it in mind. Remember, folks, God's in charge of this excuse me, plug your ears, Father Larry, this shit show that we are dealing with. But he's got control of it. He sees what's going on. He does. He knows exactly what's going on. He's going to allow it as long as he allows it at the end of the day. And
that is what we have going on.
Right. But on that note, though, it doesn't mean that we cannot allow ourselves to be utilized as tools of God. I'm not saying go and break stuff. There's all kinds of wrong with that. Nothing wrong with personal protection. And there's nothing wrong with community building. And that could be what saves your neighborhood. So, yeah, there's that. Just as one possibility. If nothing else, it just helps build the social fabric of your community. That comes with being able to set your differences aside. It doesn't matter who they voted for. How good are the vegetables they grow? Or are they willing to trade pumpkins for eggs? Or
one other thing that I'd like to throw out there also, folks, when you run into a confrontation, and this one is a hard one that I struggle with as well, be humble.
Oh, yeah.
I struggle with this one, but be humble. You may know that they're not they. Let me rephrase. Let me back completely up off that. Their idea may be flawed and batshit crazy. Their idea, not them. Their idea may be batshit crazy.
And their idea is the ideology is the motivation behind their behavior. So
be compassionate to the person, as hard as it may be, but also be humble. At least let them tell you why they feel that way, and then think before you speak.
Right.
Do not personally attack anyone. Attack the idea, not the individual. There are a lot of cults out in this world. You may be in a cult and not even know that you're in a cult.
Until you realize you're in a cult. And then that can be a mind breaker depending on the kind of cult you're realizing you're caught up in.
Exactly. I'm going to point one out real quick. If you're in a religion that's putting down another religion, you're more than likely in a cult. More than likely. Not always, but more than likely in a cult, because your flavor of belief is claiming that they are above another flavor of belief.
Which unfortunately happens in the Roman Catholic Church all the time.
Yeah, it does. Well, they're not the only ones by any means of the word.
Actually, on that note, I've got something I want to share up real quick. It's something I typed up a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I agree with that, Chops ITMC. If in chat, triple check spelling and grammar. That's one of the first things that they will attack. Oh, well, you're uneducated, you can't spell this or you can't spell that. I always call them out. It's, oh, good, the grammar police are here.
Right. Well, I created this list the other day because I got to realizing some of the complications in conversations I've had with other people because of the differences in the doctrines and the teachings, and the fact that folks may not understand what one denomination actually teaches by comparison to another. This is just a list of views of other denominations that I learned as a kid in the Assemblies of God Church. Starting out with the Catholics, that was pretty obvious. Do we really need to go any further than the idols and how they treat children? Episcopalians, only a half a step away from Catholics. They just got rid of the idols. Church of Christ, they are misled for sure. Otherwise, they would understand. And Make a Joyful Noise includes musical instruments and tone-deaf singers. And that was a reference to one of our congregation members, Brother Chuck. He was a Vietnam vet, combat vet, Marine Corps, left his left hand and left leg over there. And his saying was, I can't carry a tune in a bucket with a lid on it. I'm glad God just wants a joyful noise. Methodists, obviously misled. Otherwise, they would understand that a sprinkle of water is not a proper baptismal technique. Pentecostal Church of God, obviously a cult, much too strict about their appearance. Baptist in general, they aren't quite there yet. Wait until they find the Holy Spirit. Then they will see the full truth. Charismatic Independent Southern Baptist, the snake handlers. They have gone way too far. It's blasphemous to the Holy Spirit. Never test God like that. He sometimes lets the snake bite you to teach other dummies a lesson. Stupid should hurt. Presbyterians, pretty much stuffed shirts that want to say they go to church. Imagine an American with the temperament of an Englishman that is stuck with stuck in I meant to say in the Catholic mud, but again, without the idols. Free Will Baptists, they're all right, despite being Baptist. Church of Christ of Latter-day Saints, or Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, good business folks, present great family values until you really get to know them, but definitely a cult. The Unitarian Church, or the Moonies, a cult, full stop.
Yeah, really.
Jehovah's Witness, they are a cult. They don't celebrate birthdays, Christmas, or say the Pledge of Allegiance. Stay away from them. Independent Pentecostal Church of Christ, they are an odd brand of Church of Christ. Not bad people in general, but more strict than your typical Pentecostal. And then the Unitarian Universalist Church, which has that Unity Village up there in Kansas City. They are not Christians, but instead, they are some of those new thought types that focus too much on philosophy and not enough on the Holy Trinity.
Or reality.
Dianetics, we didn't know it was Scientology back then. But our response to that was, seems to be a bit too good to be true, so it should be ignored like a scam. But if you are responsible for a business The Dale Carnegie training program is what you need for professional development. Don't go to that cult, but this one's okay. Yeah, Chops. There's Kids' magical underwear sticker. That's fucking good shit. All right, so the Amish and Mennonites, admirable lifestyle in general, but they are a bit backwards with their dismissal of technology. That said, they are hard workers with quality products and would most likely fare better than others after the rapture, because we didn't think they were going to go with us because they would be left behind, overly focused on a dogmatic existence. And then non-denominational charismatic Christian, close enough to Assemblies of God to accept and break bread or fellowship with. In other words, take communion. That's what I can think of off the top of my head, but it's been 40 years since I left the indoctrination, just saying. And don't even get me started on the satanic panic. So, yeah, I come from a different place than most people.
Right.
That's okay.
Well, the only thing
it's a lot of deprogramming to do.
The thing that sticks in my head over that, my dad was a World War II vet.
Right.
And he used to tell me, he raised me. Now, keep in mind that this would be the equivalent of being raised by your grandparent. Because my dad was 49 the day I was born. Actually, the day after I was born, he turned 49 years old.
All right.
Okay, so just kind of put a number to it, okay?
Right.
But he told me, he said, son, he said, when you're talking with somebody, don't talk about their religion.
Right.
Don't talk about their money. And don't talk about their politics. Those are the three things that you try and stay away from when you're having a discussion with somebody.
Right.
And when I think about the arguments that I see mostly online, they have to do with those three elements.
And more likely than not, politics or religion. And of those two, politics is the bigger one.
Yes. And the other thing that I will say, as far as religion goes, folks, find your own path. Don't let people tell you what to believe. Bibles are everywhere. Everywhere. Pick one up, read it, apply it the way you see fit to apply it. Don't let somebody else translate it and tell you what it means. You figure out for yourself what it means. If you can't figure it out, go back and reread it.
Well, and on that note, on a conversation that you and I had earlier today, the Old Testament or the Old Covenant was the covenant between God and the Hebrew people. The New Testament or the New Covenant is the covenant between God and the rest of the world, the entire world. And so, although it is important, in my opinion, to refer back to the Old Testament and keep the whole stack of books together in one binding, it's what Jesus taught that makes you a Christian, if you're following the teachings of Christ.
Yes.
And he himself said, one commandment above all is love others as I have loved you. By this they will know you are my disciples.
Well, that's why I enjoy having a Bible that they call the Red Letter Edition.
Yes.
That anything that Jesus spoke is red letters. And, for someone really looking to understand their faith, that would be a good place to start.
Out of curiosity, does your particular Red Letter edition have the red letters in the Book of Revelation or not?
Oh, I can't remember.
I've seen both. I've seen both, and that particular factor between the two different translations, red letter translations, has caused a lot of friction, because there are some that are like the ones that, like me, I grew up with a red letter version of the King James Bible that did not have red letter in the book of Revelation, because that was Paul's vision. Jesus never spoke in Paul's vision. That was between God and Paul. So that's why I ask you if it's a version that has red letter in the book of Revelation or not. See, there's over 150 different translations of the Bible that are in circulation now in 50 different languages. There's over 45,000 Christian denominations across the globe and over 200 in the United States alone. So it is possible for folks to find a brand of Christianity that they like. And unfortunately, a lot of them, especially business-minded ones, will wind up in the prosperity gospel.
Well, and that can be said about just even within the Catholic community, those people who call themselves Catholic, there's a couple dozen different Catholics.
Right. Sects.
That's why when I say Catholic, I use the word Roman Catholic, the Church of Rome, because there's the church in Constantinople, giving us, some of the more Orthodox denominations.
What about the Piacean Catholics?
Exactly. Then there's the old Roman Catholics. That's a different denomination.
Well, and then there's the Piacean Catholics that are a splinter group off the old Orthodox Roman Catholic.
Yeah.
And their sector was founded by a cardinal. Yeah, it was a cardinal that was excommunicated. Pius X.
That doesn't surprise me. That's how most denominations happen. Is a disagreement within a particular church, and all of a sudden there's another one.
Right. Well, the thing with the Piacean splinter group is a couple of 300 years later, there was a group of 6 bishops, because that's all they have in that order is the 6 bishops. And they went and begged and pleaded with a latter pope, and they're like, we really love our Latin Mass. It'd be great if you'd bless us again and at least give us your sanctioning. Well, they don't recognize the anything Vatican II. They don't. In fact, Mel Gibson is apparently, best I can figure, and the best that somebody who grew up as a Piacean Catholic can figure, is that Mel Gibson's particular flavor of Catholicism is that hardline, radical, extremist, once excommunicated ideology.
Right.
So.
Well, like I had told you before we started the show tonight, my view to it is very, very simple. I mean, it's very simple. If you believe in Jesus Christ and you believe that he died for your sins, and you believe that God above sent his son to die for our sins, and he loved the world that much that he would give his son to die for our sins, then being a biblical scholar does not fall in the realms of anything that is of major importance. And the reason I say that is it's not going to be a secret code in a book that you have to figure out to be saved. And that's the whole point to begin with, is how to be saved. It's simple.
Well, there's a textual scholar out there that is of the firm belief that Gematria was created by somebody who had way too much time on their hands. That's what it boils down to.
Right.
I got nothing else to do. I got to go find something.
Yeah, I agree with you, but to add on to that, it isn't which denomination you belong to that's going to be your saving grace.
Right.
It's that you live out that faith, right, so others can see. It's how you live your life that people will know you by. Not, how many credentials you have, or which particular denomination you are living in. It's how you live out your faith.
Yeah.
Right.
And remember, salvation is up to you.
Exactly.
Not up to your pastor. It's up to you.
Right.
So anyway, but folks, I guess we're going to end it. I do appreciate everybody hanging out. By the way, I did release Scratching, so help yourself to that. And
Shopsite TNC told me 435 languages and counting.
Yep.
The information I was using is what's on Bible Gateway, and they might only have the 150 plus translations available there. So it does not surprise me that there would be 3 times that or more.
Right. How many languages are there on the planet? There you go. You probably
I don't know. There's 195 countries.
So I tell you,
there's probably several for each country.
Or dominant.
I tell you, the Bible that I really want to get. If anybody knows where I can get it, let me know. I want the Bible in Klingon.
Oh, okay. I bet I can find that for you.
Anyway, just a little biblical humor there, folks. Anyway, I do appreciate everybody hanging out. You're liable to catch me again. What is today? Monday. You're liable to catch me again Wednesday. I doubt very seriously I'll be back on the road before then. I may stick on this for a while. I might just start playing some Alex Jones movies, just to kind of catch everybody up to speed. I thought tonight was pretty successful in some of the things that we covered. And believe it or not, that second video that I played up, I genuinely did not believe was going to play in as well as it did into the first one.
Right.
What you got there, Wingnut? Did you already find it?
Pull this up. Klingon language version of the Old World English Bible, Psalms. It's in a Kindle edition for free.
Well, that's just the Psalms.
Yeah, that's just, but that was just like one quick search and the second result. That's what was up there.
Wow.
So yeah, it's out there.
Holy cow.
Well, and it's what it shows is that it's only on Kindle.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Now here's a funny one for you. Do you know Rosetta Stone actually has a class on how to learn Klingon?
I have no doubt because it's a fully complex
language.
Within the Trekkie community. Let's see, what do we got here?
So
Trekkies to get Holy Bible in Klingon. That article is dated January 2nd, 1994.
Wow.
It will not. It may not wind up in a hotel nightstand drawer. It likely will find itself on shelves of Star Trek buffs. So yeah.
But anyway,
ask and you shall receive.
Right. I think I'll close out with a song tonight. Do remember, folks, buy seed, buy books, gain knowledge, know how to survive. Always go out and try and survive. Right. Don't wait till the last minute and then say, oh, well, this didn't work out or that didn't work out. So.
Yeah, sometimes if you're planting a garden plot, you might need to take a soil sample down to your local farm supply store and have them do an analysis on it. Might maybe need to mix in some bone meal or some lime or something like that. Might need to shovel in some, I don't know. Find a farmer who's got a barn that's got some livestock in it, preferably cattle.
Yeah, they like getting their barns cleaned out.
Oh yeah, they love it, and so do your vegetables. It's best not to use a tiller. I used a potato fork as a teenager, and it wasn't by choice. It was one of my chores, but it taught me some stuff.
But I do highly recommend gaining some knowledge. Don't wait till the last minute. Don't get left behind, folks.
Right.
You know, book smarts are great, but know how to survive. That's your most important skill that's getting lost, knowing how to survive.
Right.
Anyway, I'm glad y'all joined us tonight. Folks, I'm going to lead out with a song tonight. That's my intro video, but really listen to the words, and I think it's what we should really all strive for, to be honest with you. So we might catch you again Wednesday. I hope we can see you again. Until then, God bless. Have a great night, and we will see you again soon, God willing.
And
Amen.
Chasing after that dollar like it'll slow down my hurry. Settle all my worries when I get it in my wallet. Quit dipping long enough to own a pair of James that don't have a ring in the back left pocket. Laughing at myself, admitting when I'm wrong. That's what this good old boy's gonna go out working on. Working on, coming to Jesus, kicking about wrestling with our roots. Trying to turn off mama's tears and fill our daddy's boobs. Shutting up our pride, fixing bridges we burn. Learning how to live and learn. Keeping our demons down and our trucks up and running. Loving them angels sitting pretty in the middle of them. Fighting with the man in the mirror till we gone. Yeah, that's what all those good old boys gonna go out working on. Gonna go out working on. Giving more forgiveness, picking battles we're choosing. Littlest cussing and losing. My temper and my tools, dialing down my restless. Outgrowing my reckless, and my reputation for breaking hearts and rules. Realizing I got what I got for it's gone. That's what this good old boys gonna go out working on. Working on, coming to Jesus, kicking about wrestling with our roots. Trying to turn off mama's tears and fill our daddy's boobs. Shutting up our pride, fixing bridges we burn. Learning how to live and learn. Keeping our demons down and our trucks up and running. Loving them angels sitting pretty in the middle of them. Fighting with the man in the mirror till we gone. Yeah, that's what all those good old boys gonna go out working on. Gonna go out working on. Owning up to my weaknesses, keeping it humble but strong. Doing the best I can with this flesh and bone. Working on, coming to Jesus, kicking about wrestling with our roots. Trying to turn off mama's tears and fill our daddy's boobs. Shutting up our pride, fixing bridges we burn. Learning